So maybe I'll just introduce myself also before we can start this session. So my name is Frank Odhiambo. I'm Kenyan. I'm actually in Kenya at the moment, but currently I'm a doctoral student at ETH Zurich in Switzerland, where I do my PhD. I'm now in my second year of the PhD. I'm also a co-founder of the GAIN initiative. Get excited to see the GAIN initiative grow this fast, this far. And we are really excited to have you join. About GAIN, so GAIN is the Graduate Applications International Network. So GAIN supports prospective graduate students from all countries across Africa who are interested in applying to programs, both master's and PhD. And our goal essentially is to strengthen the pipeline of African students. So actually the background for starting GAIN, co-founded together with Professor Dina Pomeranz of the University of Zurich and Adina Rohn, is that because I worked for Innovations for Poverty Action in Kenya, and we were quite worried that most of the scholars who study like economic questions, even in Africa itself, were mostly researchers from the West, so either from Europe or the US or North America in general. While there's very few scholars from Africa who are actually like doing any sort of work in Africa. So this is kind of like the background for starting the GAIN initiative. And we have like several research organizations, including JPAL, IPA, et cetera, that already have like a great pipeline of African scholars or potential African scholars. So we thought about like starting this initiative to kind of like build the pipeline for African scholars who are interested in joining the economics profession. So that's kind of like the broad of why GAIN existed in the first place. And maybe just to speak a bit more about this. So of course, then why is GAIN important is that in spite of the fact that there's a very low pipeline of African scholars joining the economics profession, there's also actually like significant hurdles that African students face when trying to actually like get into the economics profession. And all of these hurdles range from application, so it could be like financial. Many students have no idea that they actually like have a very good profile to get into an economics master or PhD program. So the idea behind GAIN is to kind of smoothen this I would say like information asymmetries and also like financial constraints to allow more African students pursue these sort of programs in top programs across the globe. There are 4 different options that you could potentially apply to as a, and so these are the 4 different options that are available for you. The first one is the master's programs, which tend to be between 1 and 2 years long, depending on the program and also depending on the university of the school that you go to. And usually, of course, the master's program usually is not sufficient for an academic career. So if you want to get into teaching, if you want to become a professor, then of course a master's program is not sufficient for you to get to this. So you need to go beyond that to get in an academic career. So there's also sometimes defined focus. There are some master's programs that are specifically tailored for those who want to get to a PhD program. So it's kind of like a preparation master's program to kind of like prepare you as a student to then apply to a PhD programs. While there are those ones that are more terminal and they're more policy oriented. So this is for those who are looking to go no further than the master's programs. You're looking at something that's more policy oriented to finish your master's program and get into policy or practice. So, I mean, yeah, the master's program is kind of like, so you need to know that there's a different focus. So when you scope through the different programs that you're applying to, if you are looking for a terminal PhD, it's probably a bad idea to apply to the PhDs that are focused on preparing applicants to the PhD, because 1, you're unlikely to get accepted if you put in your statement of purpose that you are not thinking about an academic career, then they will almost certainly reject your application, and vice versa. I mean, if you mention to a program that's more policy oriented that you're trying to do this and then go to do a PhD, then they're like, okay, maybe not. But I think it's more adverse if you're applying to a master's program that prepares you to the PhD, and then mention in your statement of purpose that you are thinking through like a policy-oriented program, like career. Afterwards, you're more likely, very strongly likely to be rejected. And like I said, sorry, most master's programs, an overwhelming proportion of them typically require you to have external funding or to get scholarships to support with the master's program. So if you're going to apply to master's programs, you really need to be aware that you will spend extra effort trying to scope for funding opportunities or for scholarship opportunities. And also the timing of them is quite important so that you make sure that you put in your applications at a timeline that allows you then to apply for these scholarships. So for most of the master's programs, they're not funded. There are a few that are funded, but if you're going to apply to master's programs, you have to expect that for some part of it, you have to find external funding. And then they're also often required for PhD programs outside of the continent. So especially, like I mentioned, if you are applying as an African student, then many programs will actually require that you have a master's program before you apply to the PhD. The US specifically doesn't necessarily require you to have a master's degree before you apply to the PhD. But as an African student, also depending on the school that you went to and the sort of signal that it sends of the quality of that program, it's really difficult for you to apply without a master's degree to get admitted into a PhD degree. I mean, so this is also something that you probably need to think about. Then we have another option, which is called the pre-doc. This is also typically usually 1 to 2 years long. The pre-doc is a pre-doctoral program. So it's kind of like a program that you do before getting into a doctoral program. And Constantine is one person, for example, who's done a pre-doc or working with Gina Pomeranz the last few years. And usually the minimum eligibility requirement is a bachelor's degree. Many of professors hiring pre-docs usually require that you have prior coding experience, for example, in Stata or R or Python, but at least you need to have some coding experience. Many of the professors that hire actually give you a coding exercise to kind of gauge whether you're a right fit for a pre-doc position. And they're usually mostly based at universities or research institutions, and you get a salary or a stipend together with benefits. So usually when you're hired as a pre-doc at a university or a research institute, you essentially enjoy the benefits of being a salaried employee of the university or the research institute. And it's also a good opportunity to gain education training and mentoring because you tend to work with either an academic or a researcher. So you get the sort of experience working with a mentor who then prepares, also supports you in your application. Actually, many of pre-doc, I would say professors tend to also be letter writers for you when you're applying to programs. So it's also a potential thing that you can think about. It's more of working and less of studying, but the experience you get from working very closely and one-on-one with a professor sort of places you in a good place to then apply to a PhD program and really hopefully get successful at your applications. So then the third option, we have PhD programs at graduate schools. So this is what many people are probably aware about when you apply to a PhD program in a university. They tend to be 3 to 5 years long. Of course, it's the highest degree for academic or policy career. Lately, there's a lot of conversations about people finishing their PhDs and going to policy careers. That's usually an option. Of course, the PhD is mostly tailored for an academic career. So of course, if you have the PhD or if you apply to the PhD, then you are mostly thinking about going into an academic career. Many of them tend to be research oriented. So you will have to do some research and write several papers or a thesis or whatnot. Many of them are offered with funding. I would say an overwhelming proportion of these programs come with funding. We actually highly discourage applicants from applying to PhD programs that do not come with funding, because there are 3 to 5 years of you trying to earn an income, and also studying is quite impractical for an African student going abroad. So we strongly encourage that you apply to PhD programs that come with funding. Luckily, most of the programs usually actually come with funding, so that's a good thing. The PhD is required to be a professor at most universities. That's already what I mentioned under the academic career. The PhD programs at graduate schools also tend to require this standardized application process where you have materials and they have like a deadline where you have to submit your application, you have to fill in this form online from the programs, and they typically accept several students in one go rather than just one person. So if you think about like applying to a program where they have a deadline and they're accepting several students, this is probably likely to be a PhD at a graduate school. And typically, you take coursework during the first 1 or 2 years of the program. So in the first 1 or 2 years, you are mostly taking classes and almost doing nothing else besides just taking classes and exams for your PhD. Then the latter 3 years, especially, most of the coursework takes 2 years actually. Then the rest of the 3 years, you're working on your research that then informs the paper or the thesis that you write in the end. Then the fourth option is what we call the PhD at chairs. So I think this is mostly prevalent in the European setup for many European universities, where we have chairs hiring PhD students. Actually, my PhD itself is a PhD at a chair rather than the typical grad school PhD. So what's the difference to the other PhDs? That these applications tend to be all year round. Contrary to the PhD at grad school, you have to apply at a certain deadline, and the only other time you can apply is when they open the next cycle of applications, while PhDs at chairs tend to be more open. So there's no deadline specifically each year for you to apply, and applications usually are accepted all year long. So there is close cooperation that's expected with the professor and their research. In some cases, when you apply for PhDs at a chair, the chair already has a research, I would say, topic or agenda that they want you to pursue, either jointly with them or potentially independently. But then there's that expectation of a very close cooperation with the researcher or the professor working on their research and also supporting with some of the tasks that the chair might have of you to perform. So it's sometimes it's possible that the chair already has funding for the PhD with a specific topic in mind for you to work on, while sometimes there's also like an open, it's kind of like open what you want to work on. So for example, for my PhD, it was pretty open. I mean, we still had to agree with my advisor what I will work on for the PhD, but it was pretty open. I could have decided between like topic A and topic B, while in other cases, the chair already has a specific funding for a specific project, and they're looking for a PhD student to then pursue that research agenda to its end. In this case, you don't have a lot of flexibility, and you really have to work with the topic that, the chair already has funding for. The professors hire individuals to work on their team. You tend to have a fixed salary. This is, I mean, also for the PhDs, you typically have a salary in any case. They typically have less coursework or structured programs. So there is no, unlike the standard PhD program at a grad school, you're not necessarily taking classes in the first in the first 1 to 2 years of your PhD. So there's typically less coursework. It's less structured. You decide what courses you want to take in the university or another university. While in the PhD at the grad school, there's usually already like a set of, these are required course modules that you have to take. You have to take a few additional ones, but there's also already like a standard set of modules that you have to take and also pass. Otherwise, you're not able to move on beyond the coursework. So in this case, for PhDs at chairs, practical experience can be more taken into account. So of course, if you already have, since you're doing less of coursework and more of research, practical experience managing or doing research is actually pretty much appreciated if you want to apply to PhDs at the chairs. Okay, so that's the difference between the 4 grad school options that you can apply to as part of the GAIN initiative. And we'll have individual sessions talking through each one of these at their time. So next, maybe we speak about the application components. So the first part, of course, is to prepare your application. This is standard for all applicants, whether you're applying to a master's program or a PhD program. The initial step is to decide the program selection. So what field you want to apply to? Is it economics? Is it political science? Is it health economics, etc., etc. So you need to decide the field that you're going to apply to. Is it public policy? Is it financial economics, etc.? So this is what we mean by identifying the field. Then the next step is to identify whether you're applying to master's or PhD programs. So this is also something that you have to think about. You could decide to apply to some master's and some PhD programs. This is a strategy that I used myself. But if you're more of like, okay, I'm going into master's programs, or I'm going specifically for PhD programs, that's also, I think, pretty welcome. And when you are selecting the schools or the programs that you apply to, you also have to think about the different types of schools that you could apply to. So there's the schools that we call safety schools. These are schools that ideally you feel quite strongly that you can get to them. So when you kind of compare your profile with the requirements and the sort of like applicants that they have accepted in the past, you feel very strongly that you have a very strong chance of getting into these programs. The target schools will be those ones that you're like, okay, aiming high to get to. So still, yes, you expect that you should be able to get into this program. And then there are those that are called rich schools. We encourage you to apply to some schools that maybe you think are a little bit beyond what you expect to get, because we also from experience know that many applicants underestimate their potential. So, I mean, don't rule out the possibility that you could get admitted to Harvard, Princeton, blah, 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 those schools that you think are beyond you. So we encourage that you balance between the safety schools that you're applying to, target schools, and rich schools. This way you improve the likelihood that you get admitted into at least one program. Yeah, so we also encourage people to apply to several programs rather than just one or two programs. So balancing between how many of the safety schools you'll apply to and how many of target schools versus how many of rich schools you'll apply to, kind of like leave it up to you, but just be aware that you shouldn't only apply to the Harvards and the Princetons, but you shouldn't also just apply to those you consider schools that you are relatively confident that you could get into, because you are likely also underestimating how great of a profile you have. Then the next phase is more about what we call a quantitative phase of your application. So here you have to think about standardized testing. What are the test requirements? Many universities or programs list the requirements for getting admitted into their programs. So you have to go through the websites and see what is required. Do they need a GRE? Do they need a language test? Do they need other tests? Then, of course, you have to like set your goals. What are the target scores you'd like to get for the GRE? What's the timing? When do you want to take this exam? And what are the testing dates that are available in your location? We ask you to think about these things early enough, because closer to the application deadline, many of the testing centers also get really full, and you might not be able to get a testing date, date, if you try to book a date later on. So we ask you to think about these issues early on, potentially secure a testing date early in advance, so that you don't run into the situation where you are ready to take the test, but there's no testing venues available in your location. We also have like what we call a qualitative component of your application. So building your skills. So this involves the relationship building with researchers, professors. You might already start like writing to professors who work in areas or universities that you are keenly interested in joining, or work in areas or fields that you are quite interested in working in. You can also build your skills. So for example, if you don't have a lot of skills in like coding or these sort of skills that are important for getting you admitted, then you can already start working on those skills. And then you can also work on exposing yourself to research. So it might be like reaching out to professors and really asking them, do you have any sort of work that you'd like to do? More recently, we've, as part of the GAIN, we have been also like piloting the option to allow mentors support you to work on one or several of the next. Then you also have to think about your personal statements. So here you're trying to tell your story beyond your CV. What are the gaps in your CV? And so you should explain this in your personal statements. Why is the school that you're applying to a good fit? This is not something that you put in your CV, but something that you put in your personal statement. Why are you applying to this particular program? And it's important for you to not have generic personal statements on why you're applying to a program. It shouldn't be one statement of purpose for all the schools that you apply to. The fabric of it could be already, I would say the skeleton of it might be something that you prepare, but you really have to adapt your personal statements depending on the school that you're applying to. Of course, you have to tell them why you think that you're a good fit for this school and why this school is a good fit for you as well. So what fields and research questions you're interested in, these are also the sort of things that you're putting in your personal statement. Sometimes you also mention which professors in those schools that you're applying to you'd be most interested in working with. It's important that you have read the work that's done by professors or rather academics in the schools that you are applying to, because then it's easy for you to connect your personal story with the work that they are doing and say, oh, actually, I like the work that's done by this professor. It resonates a lot with what I want to do. I particularly like his paper on this. It's inspired me to start working on, or rather it's inspired my interest in this specific topic. So you have to think about these sort of things when writing your personal statements. And then the last thing is the recommendation letters. These are probably the most important part of your application. Getting really strong recommendation letters, I would say, is probably the most important of all the things that you have to worry about. So really think about securing the recommendation letter writers who are going to write your letters of recommendations, but also guide your recommenders on what exactly you are thinking about for that program so that they know what they need to stress on when they're writing to your programs. Because it's also typical that recommendation letter writers write different letters to different programs that you're applying to, depending on really what's most important for that program. So securing the people who will support you in writing good recommendation letters is quite important, because I can assure you that if you have a bad recommendation letter or a recommendation letter that looks very generic, that's like one paragraph that doesn't say anything personal about you, then these are unlikely to get you admitted to the program. So you have to think about who's going to be the person that writes your recommendation letters, and their profile sometimes is also pretty important for getting you admitted into good programs. Then the second component is to secure funding, and this is mostly applicable to those who will apply to master's programs. Like I said, most of them do not come with funding. So you really have to identify scholarships, and we encourage you to have like an Excel sheet or a Google Doc where you track all scholarships for which you are eligible for. If you hear any funding or scholarship option, you want to list them in this Excel sheet, because believe me, you will forget where you saw it. So you add a list on your Google Doc, potentially a link to where you saw this, so that you have a long list of potential scholarships that you are thinking about. In this Google Doc or Excel sheet, you also want to include the deadlines, the materials that they need for the scholarship, and what are the maximum amount, because they also might guide which programs you apply to. Some programs are really, really expensive, while some are fairly affordable, the master's programs. Of course, then you have to prepare for your funding applications. Usually, scholarships also want you to have a separate statement of purpose, why exactly you think you are for the scholarship, what you're thinking about doing after concluding your studies. You need to prepare a budget narrative, and several scholarships also require that you identify references. So they expect that besides your application letters and all these skills, that you also get letters from references. They could be similar or different from your recommendation letter writers for your program application. Then the third stage, as you'd expect, is then to apply for the funding. Always remember the deadline. Get somebody to review your applications. Luckily, you will have like the mentors available to read your applications. But besides your mentors, it's really important to have another person read your application. I think it's all happened to us that you send an email, and almost as soon as you send the email, you realize that it had a typo, or there was an error in a sentence or a phrase. And these are the sort of things that get you rejected for not even for funding applications, but also for actual program applications. So you want to make sure that you have somebody that reviews your applications to read them through, make sure that they're really well understood and that the communication that you're trying to pass across is actually clear in the application materials. I would encourage people to apply for external funding as soon as possible. Some scholarships accept applications on rolling basis, which means, of course, then that the earlier you apply, the better. There are some that have a deadline, so they only review it afterwards. In any case, you want to apply earlier rather than later, just to avoid the pitfalls of like late deadlines. I also know another applicant who was applying to a scholarship program, and the website essentially like crashed a few hours to the deadline, but they did not extend the deadline. So you want to make sure that you're not applying very, very close to the deadline and you're giving yourself sufficient time. We also encourage people to apply to programs with strong internal funding. So there are some programs that already have like a funding component on them. So either it might be like a full scholarship for the program or a partial scholarship for the program. We strongly encourage you to try and find these programs and to apply to these ones, rather than those that do not have any internal funding, for which you have to rely on 100% external funding. So what does a sample application process timeline look like? So this is your application timeline. Like I said, it's very different depending on the program that you apply to, but for most programs, especially the standard applications, this is how the application process looks like. So between May and June, you are researching on the schools, the programs that you're applying to, the quality of the programs. You want to consider the acceptance rates. What's the mean GRE scores that these programs tend to accept. Luckily, many of the programs even have like an indication of what sort of GREs they are thinking about, or you might not find them on their website, but you might find them in other public forums where people share. You need to create a shortlist and set a GRE target score depending on the programs that you're applying to. And then you also need to work on solidifying your relationship with your principal investigators or the professors, or the people who will be writing your recommendation letter. So this is the period where you're trying to solidify your relationship with them, tell them that you are applying into programs, and you'd really appreciate if they write you letters of recommendation. If there's any specific work that you could do for your professor or for an academic that you work with, then this is the time to engage them and ask them, yeah, I would appreciate if you assign me tasks that will help in will help you in writing a letter. So this is the time you want to engage with them, make them aware that you are interested in applying, and ask them to assign you tasks that are quite strongly related with the sort of program that you are applying to. Between June and August, you are preparing for the GRE. It is a lot of work to prepare for the GRE. Many people leave the preparation to like the last 2 weeks of the exam. We'd encourage you to prepare for at least 3 months and have a minimum of 3 hours a day preparing for the GRE. Believe me, it might appear simple, but it's really important that you factor in enough time to prepare for the GRE. If you leave it late on, you are less likely to get a good score. We also encourage you to run like bi-weekly practice tests. There's several platforms. We will provide access to some of them where you can take practice tests. The GRE website itself offers you the possibility to take a few practice tests. If I remember correctly, it should be like 2 or 3. So it's 1 ungraded test and 2 graded tests. So I think 3 tests that you could take from the GRE website itself. But there's also several other platforms that offer mock GRE tests or even materials that have some of these tests. We encourage you that besides just revising for the GRE, you also take these tests to kind of gauge where you are at with every fortnight, I would say. So in August, you probably want to take your GRE and measure the score against your target. So luckily, when you take the GRE, you get an instant score, especially on the quant and the qualitative ones, and those are probably the most important ones. Once you come out of the test, you already know what you have scored, and it's already a good measure of whether you have achieved the target that you wanted. But the importance of taking the GRE test early on in August, for example, is that in case you don't like the test results, and you need to retake the GRE exam. Because you can retake the GRE exam, then you have enough time to retake the exam. There is a limit. So once you take a GRE exam, you can only take another one at least 3 weeks after the test that you have taken. So you want to make sure that you have sufficient time between when you have taken your first test and the second test. So taking it early on is really important, because then you also allocate yourself an additional month to study to try and improve your test score. At this point, you also want to confirm your letter writers that they are happy to support with writing new letters of recommendation. So in August, you really should be pretty much decided on who are going to write your letters of references. Between September and October, you're already iterating your personal statement with your friends, professors, and mentors. So sending it along, getting comments, implementing them. You want to prepare a guide for each writer, also for the programs that you're applying to. So some programs want you to kind of like stress on different areas. You want to have a guide for each letter writer. I also encourage you to, as part of the guide, list to your letter writer all the schools or the programs that you'd like to apply to. We encourage you to apply to at least 10 programs, potentially more. So, of course, this is a lot of work for the recommendation letter writer. So you want to prepare them ahead of time, that this is how much of letters they have to write. So sending them a guide with the different programs that you're interested in applying to is quite important, so that they also anticipate. Also potentially with the deadline for each of the programs that you're applying to, so that they can already also set reminders or set on their calendars when they want to write you letters, depending on the deadline for those letters. And you want to make sure that you give them sufficient notice. I would say at least a couple of months, if possible. You do not want to ask your letter writer, oh, I'm applying to this program. The deadline for recommendation letter writers is next week. This is a bad sign that you're not prepared for that application itself. In September, you also potentially want to take the English language test if it is needed. Some programs will require you to have an English language test depending on your country and the primary language that's spoken there. Some will not. So you want to make sure that first you're aware whether this test is required for the programs that you're applying to, and you want to make sure that you take them between September and October. In November, you share your guide with your letter writers and follow up with them. Many deadlines are in November and December, by the way. So in this case, you're already checking with your letter writers whether they are on track with writing your letters. You're gathering all remaining documents. So sometimes the programs will require you to have certified copies of your transcripts and your certificates themselves. So you want to make sure that you are gathering all of these documents in anticipation for the deadline, which is why having this checklist of what is required by each program is quite important. November, of course, is then typically your last chance to take the GRE, because the deadline is looming, and anything else beyond that is already very risky. Like I mentioned, most application deadlines are in December, so you want to make sure that by December you've already submitted all of your applications. Some might spill over to January, but most, if not, most of the applications deadlines are in December. Some programs also have different deadlines. So they have a deadline. Now, this is mostly for master's programs, so you need to be aware about this. And also for some PhD programs, they will have a fast deadline for those who are interested in getting scholarship options. So when you're looking at the deadlines, don't just try to find the last deadline. Especially if you are interested in getting scholarship offers, then you really have to look out for what is the deadline for those people who are applying to get a scholarship program. If you apply beyond this deadline, you could still get admitted to the program, but you will certainly not get any scholarship or funding. So please be wary of this and take note of it when applying. So you might find several application deadlines, but usually the early deadline is for those who are interested in getting scholarship options. They also typically have early application deadlines for students who are not natives of the countries. Those who require to get, for example, like visas and whatnot. You also need to be worried about these sort of deadlines, because then beyond this deadline, it's not possible for the university to process your visa application materials for you to then get a visa to arrive at the country and all that. So these are the sort of things that you need to think about when applying and also when looking at the deadlines. Find the deadline that's appropriate for you, depending on whether you want to get scholarship options, and also be worried about deadlines for international applicants, I would say. So what are the keys to a successful application? So build strong relationships with the principal investigators and professors. Like I mentioned, I really am strongly convinced, and also out of experience, letter writers are potentially the most important component of your application. If you have a very strong letter from your professor, then this is already probably like 50% of the way, and all the other documents are really like supporting documentation. So I would say build a strong relationship with the PIs, get them to give you tasks, really try to get them to write you a good recommendation letters. But I think, I hope that this is also like obvious. Do not choose as letter writers people whom you have no idea like what they would write in your letter. Of course, this you have full autonomy on who writes your letters. So really only choose those who will write a strong letter for you. Don't choose someone whom you have some sort of doubts as to whether they would write you a good letter, because as soon as your letter has any sort of negativity, it's an unlikely accepted. So think carefully when selecting who will write your list. Early, do your homework on the schools that you want to apply to, get a list of the programs with what exactly they need. Have a, like I said, a list of rich school, target schools, and whatnot, just so that you have like you're diversifying your application pool, I would say. The GRE exhaust free practice material. There's a lot of free material on the website. Replicate exam day conditions when many of materials have like the GRE exams. Put yourself in a scenario in which you are in an exam, try to do this sort of test, see where you are at. It's really important for them setting the mood for how exactly you will do the test. And then it feels, when you actually take the test, it doesn't feel that different because you've already sort of like mimicked this sort of scenario in your practice. Use personal statements to help the admission committee to get to know you beyond CV. You already have your CV, so don't repeat too much what is already on your resume. They can already see it there. Use the personal statement to kind of like clarify, like I said, gaps in your CV. There's personal stories that you might want to share that are actually quite important for getting the admissions committee to accept your application. And these are not the things that you put in your resume, but if you really have a personal story that you think is really important for the committee to understand why exactly you think you're a personal fit, then these are the things that you want to include in your personal statement. So use this personal statement as an addition to your resume for communicating why you think you're a good profile, and of course, why you think that the program you're applying to is a good profile for yourself. And like I said, again, provide guidance to your references to prepare effective recommendation letters. I cannot stress this enough, how important your letters of recommendation will be for your application.
I'm very excited to be here. I'm sorry that I can't say hi to every single one of you. It would just take just too much time, and we want to make sure we have enough time to go over the basics of the GRE. Now, let me share my screen because I don't have it yet. Portion of the screen, share. Can I have a confirmation that we can see the really big purple slide that says GRE Crash Course GAIN 2023? Awesome, we are live now. Okay, so introductions first. My name is Ari. Well, it's Ariadne, but you can call me Ari or Ari. And I'm a live instructor and content creator here at Magoosh. Some of the things that I like to do, I like traveling a lot. In my travels, I like to eat a lot of food, meeting new people, trying to like live like a local for a little bit and learn from everyone's different cultures. Alongside with that, I do appreciate going to museums. If I can travel, I will travel at least through different arts or sculptures or poetry, things like that. And finally, I don't know if you can see it, but I have like a cat shirt. I have a cat. I'm a big fan of animals, but cats do have like a special place in my heart. And I do live and work from Washington, D.C. But if you hear a tinge of an accent, it's because I am originally from Venezuela, born and raised. So I can connect with that, that goal of moving to different places to pursue education and to put a lot of, I'm just excited to be here, surrounded by so many people who are taking matters into their own hands, motivated to, seek mentorship, seek the sources or tools to, get further in your professional or academic goals. So as part of this tiny part of your journey, I want to give you a little bit of an overview of the GRE. So you can, in your test prep, in your test prep journey, you have a few resources to lean on as you're taking your practice exams, as you're studying. It can be a little bit of a daunting process, and hopefully after this webinar, you can feel a bit more relaxed, or like there's guidance or a path to take. All right, agenda for today. So first, we're going to start by covering the basic layout of the GRE, how many sections, how many questions, all of that. So you know not the monster, but the obstacle that we're going to encounter. After that, we're going to go over specifically quantitative topics and question types. And all throughout the presentation, I'm going to be talking a little bit about tips, strategies, tricks in order to either study more efficiently or to approach the questions in a way that will help you get a higher score. And again, develop some strategies for studying effectively. Okay, so diving into GRE 101, I just want to make sure we're diving into with the right mindset. We want to be positive. We don't want to be scared, of course. When we approach something that we haven't seen before, especially if you haven't taken a mock exam yet, it's okay to feel those nerves, to feel like, oh, what if I don't get the score that I need, blah, blah, blah. It's okay, because nobody is born perfect. And what we want to do is just want to be proactive, want to study for a GRE so we can get a great, and notice how there's a GRE and great score. So also get used to my really bad jokes throughout the presentation. That's just so you don't get bored, okay? At least you can say, oh, this person has really bad jokes, and that will keep you at least interested. Okay, basic things to know. There's 3 types of sections to the GRE. You have your verbal, you have your math, and you have your writing. There's going to be an order to it. First, we start with writing, and that one is 2 essays, okay? Then we're going to do kind of taking turns between verbal and quantitative. So there's 2 of each, and then you could start with quantitative or with verbal, but then the next one will be whatever section you didn't get first. You're going to go over that process twice until you get to the end of those 4 sections. But there will be an extra section that we won't know what it is. It's called experimental. So this is how the makers of the GRE, they're called ETS. They are the writers and the administrators as an organization, right? And the way that they test new questions is by showing it to an examination date. So like the students are taking a specific date or exam, they will get one section that's not counting for their score, but based on how students react or how they perform on those tests, then the makers, they can tell, oh, these are good questions, or these questions are too hard or too easy. And then they take that feedback to help for the next official examination that those questions then will be scored. But that's just for research purposes. Timing. Okay, so for the 2 essays, you will get 30 minutes per essays for a total of 1 hour in your analytical writing assignment. Then for verbal and quantitative, you get 20 questions for each section. And the only difference between those 2 is that verbal is a little bit shorter with just 30 minutes. And then quant, they give you 5 minutes more than that. Oh, and by the way, if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the Q&A. And then towards the end of class, we're going to have about 15 minutes to go over those, or then give you some space so you can unmute yourself ask me directly, I think, or Anya will tell you how we're going to go over that in the way that it's most effective. Okay, back to GRE. Something very important to understand is that these tests, they are administered through a computer. So even if you take it at a specific test facility in person, they're going to show you a computer. It's not paper-based. And that's it's computer-based because they want to use their specific algorithm to make scoring better, okay? How does this adaptive testing feature, how does it work? Well, the GRE will adapt to your performance as you go from one section to another one, meaning the first section that you take, and this, excuse me, this will only apply to your verbal and quantitative sections. The writing one, it has no adaptive component to it. So verbal and quantitative, your first sections, you're gonna get a mixture of questions of different difficulties, mostly medium. And then based on your performance, the next section that you will get will either increase in difficulty or lower in difficulty. And they will take the average of those, the performance of both of those sections and give you your score for either verbal and your score for quantitative. But something important to notice is that this feature only works between sections. So if you do well in the first math section, your next math section will be more difficult, but it would only apply between those quant or math sections. It won't mean that if you do really well in math, then your next verbal will be more difficult. No, they're kind of separate. So whatever happens in quant stays in quant, whatever happens in verbal stays in verbal. Also, it's not adaptive from question to question. There are other exams that you don't have to worry about, but what they do is that you have question one, you answer it correctly, then the second question is going to be harder. Or if you answer it incorrectly, the second question is going to be easier. The GRE is not like that. So once you get your section, the first section, everyone takes it, it's the same. But once you finish all of those 20 questions in that first section, that's when the difficulty of the next section will be determined. So the most important part, or the most important thing to keep in mind, is that you want to do as best as you can. But if you encounter a difficult question, don't waste too much time on that, because you want to make sure that you're answering the easy questions correctly. So you don't want to skip over those. So skip over the difficult ones, the ones that you think that they're going to take you too much time, so you can get to the easy questions faster, answer those as best as you can. And then once you're done with the easy points per se, you will come back to those questions that you might or might not miss. Okay, and this way you will maximize your score. Okay, talking about score, what is a good score? So the quant and the verbal sections, they have a grade range between 130 and 170. And the essays, they are graded from 0 to 6 with half-point increments. So here I have in this little chart the averages for the US in terms of writing, verbal, and quant. Now, I was informed that we are with the GAIN program, because of how popular it's been. They are aiming to get a mock, excuse me, let me catch my breath for a second. But I know that most of you are aiming for 154 or higher for quant. So just keep that in mind. Don't mind the little chart that I have here, just to give you an idea of what the average is for most people. But you know, if we're aiming for the stars, we want to make sure that we are working hard towards it, right? Okay, what do the GRE quant sections look like? So what kind of questions will I see on the GRE quant section? There will be, as I mentioned before, 20 questions, but out of those 20 questions, you have 3 different types. The first one is quantitative comparison questions. You're gonna get around 7 to 8 of those per section. You'll get only 3 data interpretation questions. And then the bulk of your quant will be problem solving. And these are the questions that you mostly see that are multiple choice. You get a prompt and then you just select from five choices. Okay, and now we talked about the GRE, we talked about the overall, all of the sections, the scoring, the averages, how the algorithm works. But now, since the program is aimed towards economics or related programs, I know that there's a specific interest in performing well in the quantitative section. So that's why I'm not going to cover verbal strategies in this webinar. We're going to focus more on quant. I hope that that's okay for everyone. Okay, so quant or the GRE will test a lot of different math concepts, right? And while it's important to know all of those concepts, it's more important for you to know the ones that are most commonly asked about, okay? So this is why I included this chart here that gives you a percentage of the frequency in which you will see these topics in the question. So if you were to choose the order in which you're going to review or relearn some of these topics, you want to focus on word problems, percents, ratios, and fractions, as well as algebra, because if you add all of these, you get well over half of the exam will be on only these three topics. Then on the opposite side of this chart, you will see we have the three-dimensional geometry, sequences, and functions. These are good to know. You still have to know them, but I would say that in your study prep, you want to prioritize those for later. So once you have already mastered word problems, percents, ratios, fractions, and algebra, that's when you want to focus on mastering the higher level topics. Why? Because if you can see the topics in pink, I was going to say orange, but the topics in pink are the ones that you will see more in the medium to easy level questions. And you can only get to the harder and very hard level questions only if you for sure are answering all the easy questions and all the medium questions correctly. So you have to cover your bases, make sure that you're not making mistakes in easy questions, or that you're not missing a question just because you forgot this rule about integer properties, for example, which is something that either you know or you don't. So cover your bases with the foundations and then work your way down towards data interpretation, integer properties, etc., etc. Okay, so we talk about three different question types. Let's start with quantitative comparison. These are the questions that you will see first whenever you start a quantitative section. So here is what they look like. So you'll have your prompt at the top. In this case, we have the product of 5 consecutive integers is -720. Excuse me, sorry, I got distracted, but it's because somebody said that their Q&A section is blocked. I want to make sure that people can send their Q&As.
We receive questions in the Q&A, so I'm not.
Yeah.
Entirely
okay, then
it's not blocked. No.
Okay, if anything, just write them down. But we're seeing them. We're just not addressing them right now. But if you send it and you don't see it on your end, we have received it. We'll go over them later. Okay, thank you. I was just worried. Okay, so quantitative comparison, you have your prompt, and then you're going to have 2 different columns, column A and column B. And then the columns, as you can see, this one you have like words, and then the other one you have numbers. These can throw you anything. They can throw you just 2 numbers or variables here and numbers here, or in this case, words versus numbers. So you have to, the whole point of this question type is, can you answer the question, or excuse me. I'm getting confused with another exam. No, GRE, quantitative comparison, you'll get, the prompt is kind of like background information that will support or complement the information that's given in column A and column B. And then you just want to know if you have enough information to tell whether column A is bigger than column B, or column B is bigger than column A, or you just don't have enough information, or the two quantities are the same. So this is just going over everything that I just said. But basically you'll have a value, and exactly the value can be known or unknown. In this case, column B is known, but column A is unknown. And then it's our duty to find column A, or see if we have enough information in order to find what the value of A is, so we can compare it to B. Okay. Now, determine the relationship between the quantities. I already explained that. Good things to know about quantitative comparison where you are going over your study schedule, etc., is the questions will change, but the answers will stay the same no matter what. So option A will be quantity A is greater, B is when quantity B is greater, C, the two quantities are equal, and D, the relationship cannot be determined from the information given. So what I recommend you is memorize these. If they're going to be the same, there's no reason for you to be reading all of these questions whenever you're doing practice problems, because that will just waste time. And excuse me, soon enough, you will memorize them no matter what. So if you want to make the most out of your study sessions, if you want to save time, both during, like on the test or when you are practicing, it's best to just start by memorizing these. Now, strategies for quantitative comparison. Now, from now on, I'm going to call them QC, just for short. Okay, so plugging in numbers is one of my favorites. And this is when you select strategic numbers to put in place of variables, and then you see which column is greater. So after you plug them in, you evaluate, and then you use the results to see the relationship between the two quantities. This way you will avoid doing very nasty math, or you will avoid like trying to guess too much. And this way you have kind of like one example. If that doesn't work, then you will go and grab two other numbers, plug them in, see if that one works. If we have enough time, I might be able to show you an example, but I want to make sure that the higher level questions are answered first, and then we can see if we have enough time. Okay, after plugging numbers, we have box solving. And this is similar, but with the only difference that you will be using the value from one column to test whether the two quantities are equal. And instead of you choosing the number, as you would do with plugging in numbers, here you will use the number that is already given to you in one of the columns, either column A or column B. And same thing, after using the value, plugging it in, you will determine the relationship between the two quantities based on the test. Oh, and I forgot comparison. This is when you will see, for example, let's say you are given the prompt will say something along the lines of variable X is greater than 0, and that's it. And that's all the background information. That you have your two columns, and quantity A is one equation, and then quantity B is another equation that looks crazy, right? And they're going to ask you, compare both. So you don't know anything about the variables. You don't, only that they're positive. And then you don't know how to really test it out, because if you were to, I don't know, plugging numbers, it will take you too long to evaluate it. So we want to use comparison, but which means simplifying both of those equations. Okay. So if you have a very, how to explain it? One equation that looks very daunting or intimidating, if you start simplifying little by little, it might just be that it ends up looking just like the other column, or they're looking more similar so as you can compare them, because then B has like two X's, and then A has just one X. So of course, clearly this is bigger than A. So that's what we want to compare. We want to manipulate whatever we already have so we can make it simpler, easier to see, and easier to compare the two. Okay, so that is for quantitative comparison. Now let's move over to problem solving. And notice how I'm going over the most kind of like the most important questions. So we started with quantitative comparison, problem solving, and then data interpretation, because data interpretation only has 3 questions out of the 20 total. So problem solving, these are the questions that you're probably most familiar with already. So this is your single answer multiple choice, but then the jury puts its own spin to the multiple choice in this way. Then they will give you multiple answer multiple choice. These are select all that can apply. And finally, you have your numeric entry, and this is where you have to submit your own answer. Now, something to keep in mind. The more answers you have to evaluate, or the more steps that you need to solve for a specific problem, the more time that this question will take you to solve. And something that you have to get used to, right? Something that has to do with ego is that when we see problems, sometimes we want to answer all of the problems correctly. And we see a problem, and until we don't finish it, or until we are not certain with our guess, we don't want to move on with the next question. Well, this is exactly what you don't want to do with a jury. You want to put your ego aside, and you want to be honest with yourself. Look at a question, you read it, and then you notice, I think this question is going to take me a while, just because I know that I'm a little rusty with fractions. So I'm more comfortable with just regular algebra. So I'm going to skip the fraction question, look for the algebra questions that I know that I do best in, and then after I've answered all of those easy ones, I will come back to the fraction one, okay? Well, you can use not only the topic, but also the question type to determine what's going to take you longer to solve. So starting with single answer multiple choice, these are the ones that have the most strategies for you to work with. So these are the ones that should take you probably less than a minute. If they're easy, if they're like a topic that you know, and you know the strategy to use, you might knock this out in 30 seconds, right? Of course, this comes with practice. So if you're not getting to the 30-second answering question mark yet, don't worry. This all comes with practice and with applying strategies, okay? So you have your prompt to the left, and then you have your 5 different answer choices to the right, of which you only have to select one. Then you have your multiple answer, multiple choice, and similar to the single answer, you have your prompt to the left, but then to the right, you have, notice that you have more than 5 choices. This can change. This can be between 4 all the way up to 7. And then you had to select all the numbers or all the choices that fit or that answer the prompt. So if you were to solve this, I haven't read this question, but they will tell you what are possible values for the range of set Q. So they're giving you a set, and they're giving you a range in a set, and you have to select all the numbers that fit within that range. So here, these tend to take more time, because you have to check this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, okay? If, of course, they vary in difficulty, the easier ones, you'll be able to find, let's say, the range here is from 0 to 100. And then you know for a fact that, okay, this is the answer, this is the answer, and this is the answer, and you will eliminate all the other ones. But for some other questions that are higher in the difficulty ladder, let's call it that, you will have to test it out each. So when you read the question and you notice, hey, I might need to test each answer choice, be okay with skipping it. It will take just too much time. So those are my 2 cents, my words of cautions with multiple answer, multiple choice. Finally, you have numeric entry, and here's where same thing, you have your prompt, but instead of answer choices, you have to come up with your own, and it's only one answer that you will put. So these either you do, like either you know or you don't. If you don't know, feel free to skip, and then towards the end, before you run out of time, just plug in a guess, an educated guess. Okay. Going back to tips for problem solving specifically. Well, first you want to break it down and you want to have a plan. As you get through your study prep, as you get through your practice, you start to notice patterns between all the answer, the question types. So keep notes of those and start breaking them down. Write things for yourself, as in this stem, like this question that starts asking this and ends with this specific question. I get confused with this one, but I know that I have to solve it in this way and this way, and then just go over that strategy over time. Then you want to also put word problems in your own words. This is kind of what we call translating word to English, translating English to math. And I think maybe I should have put this first. Make sure that you read carefully. So problem solving questions are the best to practice on and to get good at, but we tend to also form habits of maybe we read too fast, or sometimes we solve for X instead of solving for Y, and a question that was meant to be easy, we just get wrong because we were not reading carefully. So I think this will come up again and again in this presentation, but the best way to work on all of these skills is to practice, okay? You don't have to do everything all at once. Little by little, make sure that you give yourself time to practice, to go over what you're doing, to learn from your mistakes. Okay, we talked about QCs, we talked about problem solving, now data interpretation. Let me just check on time. Okay, have like some 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, okay. Data interpretation is a set of 3 questions related to a set of charts or graphs. And what they want to do is basically test your ability to read, interpret charts, or interpret graphs. So if you are a visual person, like I am, you might find these easier. So give yourself, maybe once you start the quant section, you want to skip all the way to these questions because you're a visual person and these come easy for you. Now, if that's not the case, no worries, because there's still some strategies to apply. So these questions usually relate to percent or statistics, and you will see only one set of 3 questions on each quant section for a total of 6 questions in the whole test, or 9 if you get a third experimental section. Okay, here's an example. So some of them have colors, some of them don't have colors. But they're still a little bit more interesting to look at than just words and numbers, right? So, for example, here, what you want to do, oh, let me see if I have the strategies next. Yes, I do have the strategies. But let me explain here. You're gonna have background information. So this is, at the top is not the prompt, it's more like giving you extra information for you to understand what the chart is talking about, or the graph, or whatever figure they're showing you. And then you have the figure. You're going to use all of this information to answer the question here. So basically, you're going to be reading, see what it is, the information that they're asking you, refer back to the figure, and then going back to answer the question. So here are some tried and true strategies. First is to survey the landscape. You want to read the big picture of graphs, titles, axes, scales, etc. But also don't be frustrated if you don't understand everything. You want to just have a general idea, but you don't want to know every single detail about the chart. So focus on general trends and don't worry about the specific data points. Approximate whenever you can. So estimation is rewarded a lot in the GRE. So if you see that the answer choices are spaced well enough for you to do some estimation, then lean into that. That's why all the questions are designed specifically for there to be a formal way of answering them and then a smart way to answer them. And the GRE rewards the smart way over the formal one. 4, use your eyeballs. And no, I don't want you to touch your eyes or anything like that. What I mean is to trust what you see. So all the charts and graphs will be drawn to scale. Very important to know, this is only for data interpretation questions. For all the other questions, especially the geometry ones and problem solving, those are not drawn to scale. So when I tell you trust what you see, it's only for these chart specific questions, data interpretation. So since they're drawn to scale, if one bar is twice as large as another one, we can assume that that means double than the one that's smaller. Okay. Now, finally, do not confuse percents with actual totals. So this is one of the most, the traps that most students fall into, is that they see numbers, they see percentages, and then they get away, or they lose track of what the total is. So here's an example, in order so you don't get all confused with my mumble jumble. But let's say that you have price of this product that is X, right? And we are increasing it by 40% from the specific range of time, so 1998 to 2000. Then you have the price of Y decreased by 30%. So somebody who's just reading this really fast, not really paying attention and wanting to get over the question, we will say, okay, if something increases by 40%, you know, it's increasing by 40. Okay, so that's like this much. And then if it's decreasing by 30, it's like going down by this much, so less than the other one. No, we don't know that, because remember that percentages are tied to what it is that it's a percentage of. So we don't know anything about X. X is a variable. We don't know anything about Y. So what happens if X, for example, is 1, right? Then increasing 1 by 40%, that's just 1.4. And then if we have Y, and Y is 1 million, and we decrease it by 30%, heck, we can even decrease it by 50, 60%. That total will still be larger than the product that we had by increasing X by 40%. So don't be too quick to answer questions that have percentages if you haven't calculated the percentage of the total of that variable, amount, value, etc. Okay, now we're putting all of that strategies away to focus on studying, and this is probably very helpful for the ones that haven't started studying yet. You want to use a study plan. So I think I'm going to go over this, because this is when you already have like your Magoosh account, and I know I want this webinar to be helpful for everyone, whether you decide to use a Magoosh account on your own, or whether you're able to use it after with the GAIN, with the GAIN program. But just so I want to give advice to everyone first. Oh, nope. Nope. Okay. Excuse me. Yes, so we want to stay, well, I don't like the order of the slide, excuse me. Let me see if I'm missing something. Okay, yes, no, let's start with staying positive. Okay, so if you haven't started your study plan for the GRE, or you just started, but you're kind of like, you worked on it 1 week and then you forgot about it, and then you worked on it again and you forgot everything that you had like worked on before, here is my word of advice for you. First, stay positive, because if we have a positive mindset, we have a positive outlook, we have more chances of sticking to or committing to this journey that we're about to embark, right? Because if we get caught up in, I am not good at taking tests, I am not good at math, then subconsciously you're letting your own insecurities stopping you from getting to your full potential. So something that happens to a lot of my students is that they tell me, oh, I'm not good at math. The last time I saw math was 10 years ago, and now I work and I have family and I don't think I can do this. I'm bad at math. Well, I don't know if any of you have read the book Atomic Habits by James Clear. It's very famous. I hope that at least one of you have read it. But something that really resonated with me is the effect that identity has on our actions. So if you say that you are bad at cooking, you probably don't cook ever, and you don't let your friends eat anything of what you cook because you say that you are a bad cook and it probably tastes horrible and you don't want to be embarrassed. But what if we flip this narrative around and we say, well, I like to cook, but I haven't gotten great at it yet. Well, you know that you have room for improvement, but you want to practice little by little because you know that you can get better each time. So instead of avoiding the task, you are facing it head on, knowing that you're not going to perform perfectly at it, but every time that you practice, you will get at least 1% better. That's what we're striving for. And little by little, you will see progress. And progress is better than, oh, I'm paralyzed because I don't know what to do. I'm too scared to see if I can meet my goals or not. So the biggest challenge is managing anxiety, managing that negative self-talk. Next is test anxiety. So then I have other students who say, I'm not too worried about math. I think like I'm comfortable with math, or I'm comfortable with verbal, but I hate standardized tests. They're horrible. I get sweaty. I get anxious. I run out of time. I don't know what to do. Well, I want to tell you, you're not alone. Okay, this happens to absolutely everyone because standardized tests suck. Yes, I work in the industry and I do say that I don't like them because they don't test whether a person is smart or not. They just test whether you are good at taking tests. And the good thing about it is, what I'm telling you now is, everything is with practice. You get better with everything if you're exposed to it enough times. So know what it is that you are about to see, or know the test, know it inside out, just what we're doing now with the webinar. Know what to expect, know the strategies to apply. But then after that, don't just focus on the theory, also lean into the practice. Doesn't it happen that you read something and you think that you know it, and then when somebody asks you on the spot, you forget and you doubt yourself, even though you knew it, and then somebody else says it and you were like, hey, I knew that. No, you want to make sure that you are ready. So lean in, to get over this fear or like anxiety for standardized tests is to take standardized tests. So, okay, but I'm not going to sign up for the GRE these many times. Well, focus on mock exams. And when you do, schedule or set time aside for your mock exam, make sure that you're taking it in the conditions as close as possible to the real thing. So don't have your calculator, just have the type of calculator that you will see on the GRE. Don't have your phone out. Don't have distractions. Make sure that you're in an enclosed space. So this will automatically trigger kind of that feeling when you're taking the test. But if the first time it's super hard, the next time will get a little bit better because you already know what happened. Okay, so if you take that enough times, you will be training your body through exposure therapy how to remain calm when facing something that, it's okay to be nervous, right? About an exam that it's important for your goals. But let's not have it be like a self-fulfilling prophecy of, oh, I'm so anxious that I will do bad on this test, or I will get nervous and I will run out of time and I will do badly and I won't meet my goals. No, you want to lean into the opposite, and it's what can I do so I can prevent that from happening, okay? And finally, adopt a growth mindset. That's just everything that I've been telling you of. Think that you can do it. Be positive. You've gotten to this point, and all the obstacles that you face, you have conquered, right? Or if not, you found another way to get to your goals, okay? So, give yourself a pat in the back and trust your gut, and you can do this. Now, after that, that's mindset. Now let's make a plan. So let's commit to this. We know that we can do it, but we need to put in the work. So how do we make sure that we're making a plan strategy that works smart and not too hard? we want to know what our weaknesses are, okay? So first thing to do, if you haven't yet, is take a practice exam. It's okay. If you haven't studied for it, it's okay. Why? Because you want to know what you know and you want to know what you don't know. So after that, you want to, you take that practice exam, you take the score, you review it, of course, but then take note of the type of questions that you're getting wrong. Take note of the QC, take note of whether it's like, if you're struggling with quantitative comparison or you're struggling more with problem solving, write it down. Write down if you're struggling with algebra, with geometry, and then compare that to the little chart that I showed you before. And then rank the topics that are the most, that are higher on the chart. And then that's when you decide, okay, on Tuesday or on Monday, I'm going to study this. I'm going to review this. On Wednesday, I'm going to review this, and so forth. And then that will give you at least a path to follow, and you don't feel so lost as to how to begin. Commit to regular practice and review. So the best thing to do is look at your schedule, look at the time that you are busy, and then find what times are you free. And this doesn't have to be too much. You don't have to study more than 2 hours or 1 hour and a half a day. And what I tell people is, if you can't sit for 1 hour and a half a day, at least you can break it down into 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes in the afternoon before your lunch break, or 30 minutes at night to review, right? So find a time that works for you and stick to it. So say the days that you're going to study, say the time that you're going to study, and hold yourself accountable. So, finally, trial and error is one of the best ways to learn math. So get comfortable with getting questions wrong. And then those questions wrong, again, you want to learn. This is all data. Everything that you're doing, whether you're getting something right or wrong, this is data for you to work on later on. So hold that data and use it to your advantage. So if you make a mistake, how do you make sure that you don't make that mistake again? Well, you write it down. You say, what did I think that made me commit this mistake? And then what can I do so I can not do it again? And then just review it and review it again. Okay, how to review? Keeping an error log. So something that I recommend is to have days that are designated just for learning, and then having days that are designated just for reviewing. So learning, here's when you want to watch videos, you want to take classes, you want to do practice questions without time constraints, because you are allowing yourself to understand a concept, right? And you don't understand something you don't have to tell, oh, I need to get this topic down in 10 minutes. No, you take the time that you need. And then when you get to, okay, I want to practice my pacing, I want to practice my strategy, taking skills, that's when you want to focus on review. So here you put a timer for 30 minutes. If you're doing a verbal section, you do your 20 questions, and then you go into each question that you got right. Why did you get it right? The questions that you got wrong. Then you do all of that I told you of writing it down, writing the topic. Why do you get it wrong? How do you get it right? Whew, okay. And pacing. Pacing on the GRE quant sections. So remember that every question is worth the same number of points. And this goes back to my point of playing with your ego, or not letting your ego take over your test or the goal, right? Your goal is to grab as many points in a section as possible. So it's okay to answer all the questions, the easier questions first. So in the test, you'll be able to move, like you have a question, and if you don't answer it, you can still click next, right? Click next, you see another question, blah, blah, blah. And then it shows you a button to review the questions, like all the questions kind of in like a list. And then it tells you, you haven't answered this one, or you marked this one, but you didn't consider it. Or you can flag it for yourself and you can say, I think the answer is C, but I'm not sure, but I want to come back to it. So you flag it. So use this to your advantage, so you can go through all the questions. Out of those, answer to the ones that are easier, and then come back a second round and then do that as many times as you need. Oh, and finally, if there's a question that you don't know, you can guess, because there's no penalty for wrong answers. So how do you train for a time test? Well, I told you that you have to do practice to learn, but then you have to do practice to review. So make sure that you're not leaving the review until the very end, because what I see some people do is that they don't want to take a practice test because they don't feel ready because they haven't studied all the topics. Well, same thing. You want to know what you're doing right, know what you're doing wrong. So start practicing under time pressure early, and then notice, okay, I'm slow in these questions. So that gives you time to work on that. So, and practice also skipping difficult or time-consuming questions and returning to them later. Take regular practice tests. I think I haven't talked about this enough. It depends on, again, how much time you have to take the GRE, etc. That's a whole topic in of itself. There's a lot of videos that will tell you, okay, when to take a practice test based on your time frame on YouTube, right? You can look up Magoosh, when to take practice tests, things like that. And that is everything. Okay, excuse me. I wasn't sure if I had too many slides left, but now is the time for questions. I'm sorry if I was going too fast at any point. If you need me to go over something real quick, I'm happy to do so.
I think I have a first question from the FAQ, and afterwards we can go to the people who have their hand up. Someone asked, how different are the Magoosh practice tests from the official ETS test?
Oh, okay, that's a wonderful question. So we have a total of 3 practice tests. So Magoosh, since last year, we collaborated with ETS, the official writers and administrators of the GRE, and they gave us license questions for a full practice exam. So if you get your Magoosh account, you have a full practice exam from ETS, but just on the Magoosh website. And then you'll have your 2 full Magoosh practice exams that they're written by us. They're not written by ETS, so they're not licensed. But from our students' feedback, like people who have used only Magoosh to prepare and that got a good score, they have told us that we have a very good, like the difficulty matches up to ETS in terms of like both in verbal and quant. So that's something that, of course, you can compare on your own. It will be subjective to some people, but from the feedback that we've gotten is that they're good questions to practice with.
Nice. Okay, so in case anyone has questions, you can either drop them in the FAQ section, or you can put your hand up, and then I can allow you to speak and you can ask your question out loud. So we currently have Joanna with her hand up, so I'm going to allow you to speak, and you are able to speak now. So kindly unmute yourself and ask your question. Oh, I see that you have now taken your hand down, so maybe you don't have a question anymore. Oh, we have Khalid. All right, I'm gonna give you the word, Khalid.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi, how you doing? I hope you hear me well.
I'm
I
doing.
have one quick question. I write only the question and answer tool, but I think you didn't check yet. So let me make a chance to ask you in here. For the mock exams, I know I didn't take any mock exam in GRE, but I know, for example, when we are doing the preparation for IELTS or TOEFL, we have million of mock exams. It seems like in GRE, how many, for example, mock exams I can have access, either Magoosh or any other places I can practice?
Yes, that's an awesome question. From ETS, so from ETS official website, even before you register for the GRE, you have access to 2 full practice exams completely free, and they will give you answers, like they give you what the answers are, so you can review them. Then from ETS as well, you can buy more practice exams. I think you can buy a total of 2. That's an option. So from ETS official mock exams, you have a total of 4, 2 free and 2 that are paid. From Magoosh, included in the account, you have a total of 3 full exams. 1 that's with official questions and 2 that are just from our Magoosh original content. And even if you don't have a Magoosh account, you can take one of those tests for free, I believe, in our blog. I can send that information to Anya later and she can relay it to you. But just know that if you choose to use the Magoosh account after, and you already took that free practice exam, that's taking 1 exam already from the other, like the 3 that we offer. And if those are not enough for you, I know that there are more free practice tests from other companies, like competition. So Manhattan Prep, Princeton Review, Kaplan, I think also gives you a free test. Those are good for practice, but I wouldn't use those to test your performance just because the difficulty or the way that they're scored, it's different from ETS and how Magoosh scores them. But they're still useful information and it's free, right? So I hope that those are good enough. So look at ETS 2, Magoosh 3, and then Kaplan, Prince. Just look up free mock exams on Google and you'll find them.
Thank you so much.
You're very
just
welcome.
to add here, thanks so much, Ariane. That was perfect. I do recommend everyone to look up these resources online as well. Maybe one little thing here for the GAIN, so the mock exams you need to take for GAIN, we will be providing them. So there's no need for you to look those up. We will be letting you know on the learning platform how you can conduct those. Yeah.
Thank you. Another question.
All right. So I see that we have, and also please excuse me if I mispronounce any names. You're also very welcome to afterwards tell me how I should pronounce your name. But let's have Atuman.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I hope you hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you.
First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for this beautiful presentation. This goes to Madam Ari. Yeah, so it was a very good presentation, and I've learned a lot. Honestly, this is my first time to get more insights about GRE. So I would really like to ask a question. So I don't really know if this questions goes direct to Madam Gisela or Madam Ari, but I hope you guys will let me know what exactly am I supposing to know. My question was how does Magoosh works exactly? Are we supposing to sign in somewhere, or how is it going to work? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. I think Anya or Gisela, you can explain how Magoosh partners with GAIN, and then I can explain a little bit of how Magoosh helps you study very short.
Sure. I can start it off, and Gisela, you can jump in if I say anything that isn't correct. So we partner with Magoosh in a way that once you have been admitted to the GAIN mentoring program, you will receive the opportunity to get a Magoosh account, which you'll then have access to, and you can use all of the Magoosh resources. So you'll have a normal actual Magoosh account via GAIN, which is paid by GAIN. So you'll have basically a free resource to practice for the GRE. Yeah.
Thank you, Anya. And yes, so once you get your Magoosh account, then you will have access to lessons, pre-recorded lessons, practice material, and also practice exams. So you'll have quizzes that will help you kind of solidify those fundamentals or the topics that you're learning that are different from the GRE questions that you want to use for practicing, right? So some of the questions are for learning, other questions are for you to practice, and you can choose whether to practice one section at a time or just 10 questions if you're short on time, or you can do full practice exams as well. At the same time, you have access to me and to my colleagues who are academic specialists, and we will answer your questions, whether they are about how to set up your study schedule or how to, like, I'm not doing well in these types of questions. What am I doing wrong? Things like that. Now, all of the lessons, all of the questions that we offer for practice, they have both video explanations or written explanations or both. So we just want you to have all the resources so you only focus on going through the material, learning, and practicing, and not have to worry about whether you are doing things right or wrong. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Ali. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks a lot for your question, Atuman. We have Sabino also with a question.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Sabino from Mozambique. I kind of heard about the GRE last year, and today I'd like to thank a lot for the insight, since I now have a general understanding. But when I used to Google about it, I came across a lot of materials. So I would like to know if there is like a manual which is official. I don't know whether this manual can be from Magush or any other or credible source that we can use in order to keep track of our understanding of the composition of the test. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Yes, I didn't mention that. Most people who signed up for the GRE in the ETS website, the first thing that they tell you, here's the free material that we offer, like the practice exams, and here is the guidebook. So that is called the official guidebook. You will see it referenced in many articles or in Magoosh and many other websites as OG. OG is for original guide or official guide, excuse me. And that's just the way that ETS, they tend to be really thick. And they just go over all the topics. They give you practice questions as well. But it's good for practice, but I wouldn't use it for studying, just because I don't study well just by reading. And that's subjective to a lot of people. Some people just learn perfectly and they're very self-disciplined and they like reading. They can use just the official guide and that's enough for them. But most students have told me that they get unmotivated just by using the guide. And that's why they seek other options like videos or tutoring or just other types of interactive ways to study. So you get motivated and you put the time and effort to actually get through the study plans. This is usually something that takes like months to practice for. So that's important. But yes, the official guide, that is not free. That is, you will have to buy it from ETS, although every like 2 or 3 years, they come up with a new version. Those new versions are usually just same thing, but with a different cover. So you might be able to buy one used, or you can ask somebody who already took the GRE for it, or just look up on Google. And I cannot say exactly what, but there are ways to find PDFs. Okay, just letting it out there. But yes, official guidebooks are good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think I have time for maybe 2 or 3 more questions.
Okay, perfect. So then let's go with Jainab. Diata. Hope I.
Sorry.
Hi
This
there.
isn't a question, a GRE specific question, but more for the tema game. So if other people want to ask GRE questions, I'll let them go, given that you have to leave.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Then we can go with Ronald.
Yes, hello, Gom. Thank you so much for this session. Yeah, I just wanted to find out, I think this goes to GAIN as well. So I just wanted to find out whether prior to the mock tests, you'll furnish us with some materials, I think, for revision and stuff, so that we can be able to ace that test. Thank you.
Sorry, I think I'm losing connection here. Can you take it, Gisela?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't hear. Yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah, so first of all, I wanted to appreciate Ariane for the presentation. I think it was very good and elaborative. But my question was just going to GAIN as I was asking whether prior to the test that we're going to take, the mock test, that you'll furnish us with some materials for revising, so we can be able to pass the test, the mock test, and go to the second stage.
Yes, we will give you some information and some resources. However, as Ariane said, there are tons of resources online as well. So we do recommend that you also do your own research and look up for study materials. But yes, we will be sharing some resources ourselves as well.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
So maybe if you have a little bit more time, Ariane, for a few more questions. Claire, you can unmute yourself.
Okay.
Is this related to the GRE or for GAIN?
No, for GAIN.
Okay, then I kindly ask you to send us an email just so we can make the most out of Ariane being here.
Okay, all right, great.
Okay, great. So maybe the ones who have a question for Ariane, kindly leave your hands up. The other ones I kindly ask to lower your hands, just so we can really make the most out of her being here. So Yannick, you can unmute yourself.
Hi to everyone.
Hello.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to Ariane, and I really appreciate. I have two small questions. The first one is there a minimum GRE score required by the top US ranked university? The second one, to which extent can we face like some university trying to customize their GRE test score? Because I'm now attending a master program in US, and I remember before getting us admitted, they organized in each applicant's country a GRE test, but it was only a quant part. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that. We didn't go through stuff like reasoning or writing. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question, Yannick. Okay, so the first one was, is there a minimum score for top universities in the US? That question is it depends. So as you see, like all the universities are very individual in the way that they admit students. Some universities are now, that previously required the GRE, now they have it as optional. So if you want to take the GRE, you can take it, but if you're not able to, you don't have to. They will just consider your application holistically with everything else, personal statement, grades, and all of that. I mean like GPA, etc. So I'm just trying to do a little bit of research for you, but the top schools, as in like Harvard, Stanford, MIT, Princeton, Columbia, all that, just their estimated range is between 160 and 164 for quantitative and 159 and 153 for verbal. But again, all of these are different depending on the program, so not just university. So if you are specifically considering economics in Harvard is 167 to 170 quantitative, and then verbal is 160, 164. again, it depends on you. If there's a school that interests you or a specific program, look it up and you will have more information or averages. Then second question was about the rest of the sections, not just verbal and not just quant, but verbal and writing. Same thing, that depends on the program. But from what I understand, economics puts more emphasis on quantitative over verbal and writing. From experience, I know that most schools, or like top schools, they want at least, like, if your quant score is amazing, but you didn't try on verbal, they don't see that as a good thing. They still want to see that the scores are kind of similar, or there's at least like 20 points between verbal and quant. But writing is more like, are you able to write all right, that it's legible or understandable? So I would say out of 6, if you get a 3, that's good enough for you to stop practicing writing and to focus on quant or verbal as well. So yeah, if you're really not anxious, but if you're really curious, email them directly. The admissions committees, they usually have a place to send them an email or to call them, and then you can ask them those specific questions. Hey, how important is the writing component of the GRE for admissions for this program? And they can tell you it matters this much or it doesn't matter. So yes, it depends. Thank you, Yannick.
Great. Thanks so much, both of you. Do you have time for one more?
Yeah.
So I think Daniel Francis, let me allow you to talk. I think you can talk now.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
I think your
Good
connection
evening
is a bit
from this side.
unstable.
My question is, and thank you for this section. Yeah, good evening. Good evening from this side. And thanks for today's section. Actually, yeah, my question actually is, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yeah, my question actually is in the writing aspect, like they have the American and the British way of writing some words like center,
Daniel?
and I think it's required in the writing aspect. Is it the American version or the British version?
I heard like the end of the question. The thing is that, Daniel, your question like goes out and then we can hear a little bit and then we can't hear like the other half. But I think you were comparing something American or British. Are you talking about like the metric system?
I think it's probably the writing.
Yeah, I was asking about the writing aspect, which is required in writing. Is it the American version or the British?
Okay, so American or English for writing, it doesn't matter. Both of them will be considered correct.
Great, I think that was the question, yes. So if you have any other question, I think the connection is a bit bad, Daniel. So if you have any more questions, do write us an email or write them in the Q&A section, just so we can go on to the next one. But thank you so much for asking that.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't get to all the questions, but here in the slide you can see that's my email, Ariadne@Magouche. Feel free to send me any sort of questions about Magouche or GRE in general. Whatever it's game related, I will send to your game coordinators or the game team. But thank you for the time, and I hope that you found this webinar helpful, at least 1%, and that makes you more comfortable with like approaching the GRE. So have a good rest of your night, everyone. Bye-bye.
So the first part of the session is about the statement of purpose, which is typically referred to as SOP. Those mean the same thing. And there are 4 things that are typically covered or should be covered in a statement of purpose. And one of them is the motivation. So the question of why, what are the reasons why you want to do a PhD or an MA. So this is the part of the writing statement where you should mention your personal experiences. So this is where you should tie your motivation for getting a graduate degree to the experiences that you've had, the experiences that the situation that you've been in, and broadly speaking, the thing that you've witnessed and are part of your background. So you can mention places where you've worked, you can mention places where you've lived, you can mention interactions that you've had, meaningful interactions that you've had with people. You can mention things that that matter to you, issues that you have grown up thinking about, issues that you've grown up facing. So this is the place to introduce those to the reader. But key in this is tying those situations, those experiences, those issues to the reasons why you want to pursue a graduate degree. So here we have kind of 2 talking points. One is the do's, which again relate to talking about those personal experiences. This is an example here that we have is about the work that you've done before, that you may have done before. So this is someone who's worked in the government and is saying, working for the government, I witnessed how research can improve people's lives. So this is clear in the sense that it gives a sense to the reader that this person has some exposure to government work. It's clear in the sense that this person wants to tie research to the impact that research can have on people's life. The don'ts in this, and that's something that we should all bear in mind, is a pitfall that's easy to fall into, is to try avoiding using lofty language. So this is language that is vague in nature, that's not really substantial in any way, that doesn't add to the message here, which is about motivation, that may look fancy or cliche depending on how it's introduced, but is really not adding much to the point. So this is something like, since early civilization, migration has been an integral part of society. So this is obviously true. The question becomes, why are you mentioning this here? What do you want the reader to take away from this? The reader most likely already knows this. So then the question becomes, how can you may start with these kind of thoughts, which are, very high level. The question becomes, how should you tie it to something that's more meaningful, that will allow the reader to learn something about what motivates you, what drives you, what are the reasons, or what factors induce you to want to pursue a degree. So this is kind of, at a high level, what to shoot for, what to aim for, and what to avoid in this typically what's the first part of the statement of purpose, which is the introducing yourself and then giving the reader the motivation behind your decision. So I'll be checking the Q&A as I go. So that's the first part. Hopefully, from that part, you give the reader a good sense of why is it that you want to pursue a degree. Hopefully, it's a convincing argument, and it checks off the box of, okay, this is not someone who is wandering around. This is not someone who is applying just for the sake of submitting an application. This is someone who is actually serious and interested in what we offer. So that's that first part. The question then becomes, okay, this person is interested. Do we know whether they can handle the coursework that we offer? Do we know whether they can handle the research that we expect out of our students? Do we know whether they can handle, the rigorous environment, the rigorous research environment that our school offers? So that's where qualifications come in, really trying to get to the question of whether you're ready for this PhD or this MA program. And again, here there are things to look for and things that we should avoid. So basically, here you want to get to the point of what it is that you have. What are the skills and the tools that you have gained and you have acquired throughout the years that would contribute to you dealing well with the with the program that you're applying for. So, for example, if it is the case that you have been in the field, so you have been you have had some work done in the field as an RA, as a program manager, as a support person. This is the place where you should mention those. Beyond mentioning it, you should highlight the skills that you gained through the work experience, and you should focus on the skills that relate to the program. So, for example, if you're applying for a PhD, you should focus for the skills that speak to doing research work. So that could be, the skills related to field work. If you've been on the field, that can be skills related to working with data set. If you're doing empirical work, that can be even skills related to, I guess, going through models, if it is the case that you're interested in some theory work. If you're applying for a master program, again, you should look for skills that are related directly or can be associated with those programs. So here we have an example of someone who is an RA who's saying, as an RA, so as a research assistant, I managed large data set as well as intimate focus groups. So from here, although it's one sentence, we can see that this person has some field experience. We can see that they have exposure to working with large data sets, and that they have experience also speaking to people through focus groups for a particular research project. So from here, we can see that, okay, this is someone with fieldwork experience. This is someone who knows how to handle data sets, taking it from the raw data as it is being recorded in the field to potentially analyze data that can be analyzed, that had been cleaned, that had been cleaned from the field. And we can see that this is also a person who has had experience in dealing or interacting with people in the field, which is important if you're interested in doing some survey work, for example. This is just one example of skills that you can mention. Again, it doesn't need to be related to fieldwork per se. You may be an RA, sitting not in the field, but in the lab, so to speak. And in that case, you can speak about, some of the work that you've done, some of the data set that you've worked with, some of the I guess the project or the details of the project that you've been involved in. And then on the downside, things to avoid, this is really, this may be hard for many of us in the sense that we do have our qualifications in our CV, so it may be natural or it may make sense for us to try to narrate what's in our CV. Obviously, we have to bear in mind that for most programs, the CV is also required as part of the application material. So the question becomes, what does narrating your CV add to this part of the statement of purpose? And typically, it's not much. So the reader can obviously go to the CV, read what's in there. So here we want to avoid just narrating the CV, going through the things that we've achieved at school, the things that we've achieved at work, because all of those are already or should already be in the CV, which we'll get to in a few slides. So, for example, here we have someone who's saying, after graduating at the top of my university class, I moved on to my master's where I took advanced courses. So here from the CV, we should be able to see that this person graduated from school X with grades Y, or being in the top X% of their class. We should be able to see that they then went ahead to do a master's, to get a master's degree. And then we should be able to see all the classes, or at least the main courses that that person had took in that master's degree. So narrating that doesn't add much to the picture, and certainly doesn't allow the reader to be convinced that you can handle whatever they offered, whatever requirements their programs have. So this is something to avoid. So hopefully you've convinced the reader by now that, okay, I'm very serious about doing a PhD, for example. I have what it takes based on what I've done in the field, based on what I've done in the lab, based on the research experience or the work experience, broadly speaking, that I've had. The next question becomes, okay, we only have so many spots to offer. We see that you're great. We see that you've trained yourself well. How can we make the decision to choose you over someone else, or to let you go and instead choose someone else? So this is where you want to kind of bring the point home that you're not only applying to this school because your friend told you to apply, or your professor told you to apply, or you've seen them in the internet somehow. Although all those cases may be relevant, but you want to, I guess, convince the reader that there is more to this story than just that. So you want to convince the reader that your qualification, your research interest, your motivation matches well with the environment of the school, the culture of the school, the opportunity that the school offers, the types of faculty and graduate students that the school typically that are currently at the school, or are typically the type of profile that the school tend to recruit. So this can be tricky. There is a balance here between not going into too much detail, as it's mentioned in the don't on the right-hand side of the slide, where you may be tempted to go to the school, to the program website, look for people. For example, you're interested in, let's say, labor economics. You go to the economics department of the school. You try to find the economists working in labor issues, and then you may be tempted, or we may be tempted, to mention their names as a way to show that we've done our homework and that we know the faculty that are at the school, and we know that there are faculty that we can work on. The reason why that may be too much detail is that, many reasons. First, faculty move from school to school, and typically those information are not disclosed, at least to the general public. So it's unlikely that you would know that faculty X or Y is on the move and will not be there next year by the time, should you be admitted and choose that school. So it's risky to, I guess, to be joining a school based on the faculty X or faculty Y. That's different from saying, we know that school X has a strong, for example, a strong public finance department. And in that case, you can say, I'm interested in public finance, and I know that your school has a strong public finance, which, again, you can even mention some faculty members, but try not to focus on one name or two, because there is a risk that those people can move. So that's one. The second argument for why we should avoid this is that there is always a much risk between you and any faculty, and obviously, as someone who's applying, that's not so much something that it should be at the top of your worries, but down the road, especially once you get admitted to the school, that's something that you would have to work through, in the sense that you may find that the research of that faculty great, but obviously you haven't been exposed to them as an advisor, as a person, and depending on how you work and how they work, there may not be a fit there. So we should try to avoid, going into that level of detail, which is naming person X or person Y. We can name the strength of the program depending on, what we're interested in and how they offer that. What we should instead try to focus on in this part is in the research, to mention the program that the school offers. So this again can be, going to the school website, seeing, okay, what is this school known for? So broadly within economics, within public health, within whatever we're applying for, what is it? What subfields or what fields are the strength of the school? So, for example, you may go to Yale website and you find out that environmental energy and environmental econ is one of their strengths. So this is a field where they have top-level faculty. They produce a lot of research. There's a cohesive group. There is a productive group. So there's a lot of seminars at Yale in this subfield. So that's something that you can, you can show that you research and have found out, and you can mention. So you can say, Yale has a strong reputation in both economics and environmental studies, and these are my two main interests. So that's clear that you're not only applying to Yale because it's Yale, you're applying to Yale because there is this this thing that the school offers that speaks to your interest in general. Just to close off, what should be included in the statement of purpose. So we've seen motivation, we've seen qualification. Hopefully with this match part, you've convinced them that they should consider you seriously relative to other people. So relative to other people who may have, like strong motivation, who may have, the required qualification, but may have a weaker match with the school than you have. So that's where you want to get pointed with the match. So finally, the research interest. This is tricky because it's not so much depending on how you structure the SOP, and we can come back to that structure soon. This may be a standalone part. It may be baked into everything that we've gone through. So if you see the example that we have mentioned in the last few slides, these research interests are baked into those. So that's one way to do it. Another way is to make it clear, in a standalone separate part of the SOP that these are your research interests. In any case, the SOP should clearly show what your research interests are. This is very important because this is the heart of the SOP, really. So the SOP, the motivation, the qualification, and the match are all great. At the end of the day, people want or will judge you based on your research capabilities, your research interests, how those research interests match with what the school can offer you. So often, we may be tempted, or I've seen SOPs where the three parts are handled really well, in the sense that the person talks about their motivation, their qualification, how the school is a great fit for them, which is great. But then the SOP can leave you wondering, okay, what is this person really interested in, which really weakens the quality of the SOP. So we should keep in mind that at the end of the day, the research interest should clearly come out of the SOP, regardless of how we structure, it, whether it's a standalone or whether it's baked into, the different paragraphs of the text. So there's a few things to mention here. It's a bit wordy, so I'll just try to summarize them. You should mention the themes or the question that you're interested in. So you should try to be as, kind of following the flavor of the last few slides. You should give enough details to show the reader that you know what you're talking about, that you're not, you shouldn't be too vague, but you shouldn't also be giving too much detail. So you shouldn't be too specific. So I'm going to explain myself. The first dude is to mention, the research question or the theme. This can be as simple as I'm interested in field X or Y, in geographical locations, Z, and specifically I want to look at questions, A, B, or C. So for example, I'm interested in the intersection of public finance and development economics. Specifically, I want to study, tax rate in economies with weak state capacities. So this is enough in the sense that it gives a sense of your interest in public finance and development economics. It gives a sense of some of the questions that you may be interested in. And it should tell to the reader that, okay, this person actually knows a bit about what they could be interested in. In showing that, you should also try, so that I'm going now to the second point, you should try to show that you have done your homework on, what the current state of the literature is. This is tricky, depending on where you are, what resources are available to you, how accessible journals are. But hopefully, even in Google with simple searches, you should be able to get, key references. And the key part here is to try to get recent references. So, for example, we are in 2023. Hopefully not referring to papers written in the 90s, but papers, from last year, the year prior, or at least, in the last 5 years. And then this should be papers that relate to whatever research interests you have. So for example, I just mentioned public finance in developing countries. So I should go and look for papers that speak to, tax rates and, structure of tax rate in, for example, countries in sub-Saharan Africa, if that's what my interests are. and then cite those papers. So this is key in that it brings home the message that this person is invested in research. This person knows a bit about some of the more recent papers, some of the more seminal or influential papers in the literature, which is a great signal of your investment in research. In the don't, as I have alluded to, you shouldn't be too vague. For example, if I say I'm interested in development economics with a focus on Uganda, that's clear, but that doesn't give a sense of what is it that I'm interested in within the broad scope of development economics. So it's obviously that's a broad field with many subfields in there. So I should give more details to the reader to convince them that, okay, I know what my research interests are, and that's what I'm exposing here. With all that said, showing the kinds of the literature, mentioning a research question, that's all great. The pitfall to avoid here is to be too specific. So it's likely the case that your research interest may change in the future. So I'm currently in a fourth year of my PhD program, just to give an example. And what I'm working on right now, which is still in development economics, is very different from what I came to grad school being interested in. That's usually how it happens, because you come to grad school, you learn a lot, you learn about fields that you may have never, really, you may not have been exposed to. You learn from faculties, from seminars that you attend, and you realize that, okay, there is this other thing that I'm actually interested in more so than what I thought I was interested in. And this is something that everyone knows, faculty and people on admission committees would obviously know. So you shouldn't be too specific. You shouldn't lock yourself in a box where, that may scream that this person is only interested in this. And if it's not this, it's not, they will not be interested in joining. So give details as much as you can, but don't be too specific. Don't lock yourself in some sort of box. So there were some questions about formatting. So kind of to transition to formatting, those are the things that are expected to be covered in a statement of purpose. So again, motivation, what drives what are your reasons to apply? What are you qualified to handle the learning environment? Is the school a good fit for you? And what is it that you're interested in researching that we can match on? In all of those, obviously there is, you should bear in mind the structure. Like the question to have is, what is the best way to go about, showcasing or relaying those information? So that's where, the structure of the SOP comes in. And as Anya has shared with me, you may ask yourself kind of, how should I structure my paragraphs? What's the length that I should aim for? And those are all great questions. So maybe let me start with the third bullet point, actually, which is the length, maybe easier. So you typically, at least not typically maybe, but in many programs, if you look at instruction for submitting the SOP, you would have, some sort of word limit. So that can be like exact word limits, like, up to 2,000 words, for example, or it can be number of pages, like, 2 pages with a double space, for example. So, those already give you instruction on what the word limit should be. But even without that, the question here should really be, these readers don't have much time, unfortunately, or at least they won't devote, for the most part, they won't devote, a lot of time to reading your statement of purpose. So you should try to be very meticulous about what, the key part of the SOP that you want, the key part of your motivation, your qualification, your mark sheet, blah, blah, that you want to put forth, and make sure that that is what you keep in the SOP. So that shouldn't be, the SOP shouldn't be, for example, 3 pages. If you have an SOP of 3 pages, unless you have really, unless you have a lot of super interesting things to say, that's probably too much. 2 pages is probably borderline, and 1.5 pages is probably enough. So that's obviously based on, what I've seen, from being in admission committees, from reading SOPs. Depending on your program, you may deviate a bit from that. But the general guideline is that you should be concise, you should get to the point. These are academic people. They don't really have, they're not reading your statement of purpose to get, motivate, to get, intuition, or to get creative about their writing. They're reading the statement of purpose to get a sense of who you are, what drives you, what motivates you. To get to the point, be concise, no more than 2 pages, I would say in general. So now going back to the first paragraph, to the first bullet points, the number of paragraphs, so if you have 1.5 pages, you can kind of already see, the limits to the number of paragraphs that you should have. In general, each paragraph should bring or should convey a clear and concise point about, the part that we've discussed. So each paragraph, after reading each paragraph, I should come out of it saying, okay, I've learned something about this person. I've learned something about their motivation. I've learned something about their research interest. I've learned something about their match, and then move on to the next one. So that's to say, try to make sure that, there is some sort of umbrella sentences at the beginning of your paragraphs to make it easy for the reader to get the point of the paragraph. And then you can follow that with details about, for example, your motivation. You can have an umbrella sentence that links your motivation to your personal experiences, and then give details about that. And then do the same for the next few paragraphs, where you give a clear message about a key part of the SOP, and then give details related to that part. So that's really key. Going back to my point about, readers not giving a lot of time to this, that will be super helpful and appreciated. And this, I'm speaking out of experience, to have, these umbrella sentences, to have them in bold even sometimes. So some readers may spend a few seconds in your SOP, unfortunately, and this would be, this would allow them to see the essence or the message, the main messages of the SOP, even if they decide to skim through the document. So, that gets to the second point, which is to highlight the key part of the SOP in bold or in whatever format you deem relevant, but trying to highlight points that any reader could take away from the SOP in, let's say, 20 seconds to 25 seconds. Obviously, you want everyone to spend 10 minutes on your SOP, which would be ideal, but that's not typically, unfortunately, that's not typically how it goes. And just lastly, on formatting, if you go the route of mentioning papers, you should make sure to have a reference list at the end of the SOP. This is a mistake that I've seen quite a bit, so I just wanted to flag that here. If you don't mention papers, this is obviously not relevant, but if you do, make sure that you don't forget to do this. So that's just a few points. Those are a few points about formatting or structuring the SOP. It's not everything. So what followed are a few examples. Obviously, it's great to be speaking, but that may not make much sense or may not be super helpful unless you see concrete examples. So I'll try to speed up a bit, but the idea here is to kind of learn what's working in this example and what's not working in this example, and then to learn from those. So this is a paragraph on motivations. And the example says, growing up, I watched my mother, a single parent, struggle at times to ensure my siblings and I received at least one full meal a day. I realized then that my family needed a fundamental change. Even when we graduated from this vulnerable state, I wanted to be part of the change in other people's lives through my work in economic development. So this is great in that it gets the reader's attention. It showcases the applicant's interest in development. It's personal. Obviously, it gives details about the struggle that the applicant's family went through and how they handled that. So it's personal, but it's professional. So that it does strike this professional, but this personal story, but professional balance. So this is something that this is an example that we can keep in mind. Now moving on to another example, this says my interest in development was strengthened during my bachelor's studies, where I was introduced to concepts of sociology, international trade, public policy, and management. For the past few years, I have applied these concepts to improve people's lives by monitoring and evaluating experiments at IPA. IPA is a research survey firm in developing countries. So as we can see, there is several broad fields. So this mentions sociology, from sociology to management to public policy, which is probably too broad of a coverage. They mention so instead of doing this, the person could have mentioned one or two specific courses or instructor that ties to the program that they're applying for. And one thing that's not clear here is how the courses that they've done tied to the work that they did at IPA. So that connection can be made more clearly. So we can look at the second version of the example, which states my interest in development was strengthened during my bachelor studies, where I learned about the large-scale experiment that established our understanding of how to alleviate poverty. For the past few years, I have been working to advance that understanding by monitoring and evaluating such experiments at IPA. So here you can see the connection between what they've learned at their school to what they were doing at IPA is clear. At least one of the fields that they're interested in. So the vagueness is now gone, and this is a good example now. Maybe let me skip this in the interest of time. And go to qualifications. So as a field manager with IPA, I led the collection of health data for an inline study of a sanitation intervention implemented across 13 districts in Kenya. So this person has impressive fieldwork experience, working across many districts and doing a lot of field work. But the remaining question from after reading this, which is, what are the specific skills that this person learned during this project? So it's not clear what exactly are the skills gained, as part of this experience. So that can be made clear, and we see that in the second example, which reads, as a field manager with IPA, I led the collection of health data for an inline study of a sanitation intervention implemented across 13 districts in Kenya. So this is the exact same sentence as above. But then it adds by saying this involved both theoretical challenges, such as designing the survey to project investigator specification, and practical challenges such as managing the activities of several surveyors. So this is now clear that the work involved handling, taking into account the specification of the research project, the academic specification of the research project, to the practical challenges that one may encounter in the field, and trying to work with those challenges. So the second example is a good one now that we can keep in mind. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we can look at this one. So I have had the privilege to work for IPA as an RA. IPA is a nonprofit dedicated to innovating approaches to alleviating poverty and global development challenges. IPA is reputed for high quality research and works with governments, scholars, policymakers across the globe to generate evidence of what works and creates avenues through which the knowledge generated of what has been proven to work can be utilized. In my role, I have been able to manage research projects, develop and program data collection instruments, manage large data sets, recruit and train field staff, and interact with government and other local partners. So there's a lot in here. There's a lot of hard and soft skills, actually. So you can see, many skills, or the many skills that this person was able to gain out of working at IPA. But this is too long. So even in reading, I was lost myself. I had to gather again. These are the type of paragraphs that would make the reader go back to the beginning of the paragraph, read again, and readers usually don't like that because it makes them spend more time than they would like in reading the SOP. So this is almost perfect, but it's definitely too long. And as a first version, this may be good, like as a first draft where you just lay out your SOP, this may be good, but then requires a second, or many revisions again to make this kind of paragraph short. So we can see, vision at the bottom of the slide, which says, I have had the privilege to work for IPA, a nonprofit dedicated to innovative data-driven approaches to alleviating global development challenges. In my role as an RA, I have been able to manage research projects, develop and program data collection instruments, manage large data sets, recruit and train field staff, and interact with governments and other local partners. So as we can see, this is much clearer, it's concise, it gets to the point, and it still keeps the same, the same messages as above, and it's obviously much shorter. So on matches, let me go with this excellent example to kind of for this part. So I'm interested in the practical courses available in your program, including global health, urban and rural development, and program management. In volunteering with a local NGO, I have witnessed the refugee situation grow with the political instability of neighboring countries, and I believe these courses will sharpen my understanding of the situation. So this is great. It shows, understanding of the local context. It ties the local context to research interest. It then ties that to, the skills that can be gained out of attending the program. So this is good. It relates to current work without giving too much detail. The program is of good length. let me see. So I'm going to skip those and then go, briefly go to CV. So much like the SOP, the CV is a component of applications that you would have to submit, or you would likely have to submit depending on the program. So this is something that you should make sure is done well. It's probably in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't move the needle too much, but it's somewhere where you can lose. It's one of those things where you can lose points at least more easily than you can gain points. So you should avoid losing points in the CV by making sure that it's formatted well, it gives the right information, things like that. So kind of to fix ideas, what should be in a CV? Many of you may know all of this already, but as a reminder to all of us, you should have obviously your identifying information, your name, where you live, your phone, your email, things how you can be contacted. Your education in reverse order from the most recent to the list to the oldest, giving the relevant details about the degree, the major, the institution, date of completion, depending on the country and the school, maybe the grades and things like that. If you have had done some written work, some extensive written work, such as a dissertation, a thesis, you should put the title and a short description, a very short description, 1-2 sentence of that in the CV. You should clearly state your area of your research interest, your area of focus, your area of competence, and this can be anything from teaching interest to expertise in some research capabilities. You should obviously mention your experience, depending on the type of experience that you've had. This can be research experience, teaching experience, professional experience. If it's too much, you can probably think about dividing those into different buckets. If you have received fellowship, awards, honor, this is obviously a great place to mention those. You should mention the date, the type of award, the monetary amount if applicable, things like that. And you have these additional things if you are part of any network that you think is worth mentioning. This is you can do so here. If you've had a position in those affiliation, you should mention it here. Key to kind of going back to qualification, if you have any skill that's relevant to what you're applying for. So this can be software that you use, this can be languages that you use, this can be data tools that you have been exposed to. You should mention those because those can be relevant for the type of work that you could be doing. Obviously, if you have publication or presentation, you should make sure that that's screamed out of the CV. That's super important, probably more important than any of these here. So you should give the full list of co-author, publication, presentation that you have done in the past, and that will buy you a lot of points with your application. If you have other things that could be relevant, references, dissertation, abstract things that you think may contribute to the reader understanding who you are. So that's, those are the components of a CV. Obviously, it's going to depend on what is it in here that you have had. Maybe you haven't had a professional affiliation. Maybe you don't have, any fellowship. Maybe you have a lot of experience. So you should structure it accordingly. Yeah, maybe we can go to, an example to make it concrete and gain some time. So as you can see in this example, most of what we have just said is here. So the name, the education, the experience, many different experiences, the leadership or the affiliation that this person has had, and then the skill at the bottom. And it's concise, it's one page. So what are the points to keep in mind here or to learn from this example? Typically, we use bullet points instead of paragraphs. So that's to get to the concise point. People will not have time to read paragraphs. You should make it easy for them. So just use bullet points, as has been done in this example. Formatting is key for CV. You can have the best CV in terms of content. If it's not well formatted, you lose a lot of points. So you should have clear heading that speaks, that even if the person doesn't go to the bullet points, will give the a good sense of what it is that you've done, what it is that you have had in terms of experiences. Make sure that the use of bold, italics, underline, or really any formatting any particular formatting is systematic and consistent. So if you bold, if you put in bold, whatever, for example, here's the location, make sure that you put it, you put location in bold all across the CV, things like that. So make sure that it's systematic, but it's also consistent. Capitalization should be consistent. So here, for example, what's capitalized are the headers, education, experience, leadership. So make sure that all those headers are capitalized and only those headers and skills, I guess, in this case. Align your text, these are basic to many, but we can, it's easy to not, to unfortunately fall into this pitfall. So align your text, use the same font type, basically be consistent. That's, I guess, the general message. There are available resources that you can consult in the web, and 2 of them are.
Welcome everyone to this GRE deep dive session.
We have quite a full schedule for this webinar. We want to start with some logistics about the GRE, also logistics for your application to the mentoring program. Then we want to show you some of the survey results, or I think most of you probably participated in the survey we did on Moodle, and use those results to give you some first advice on how to prepare for the GRE and what to expect in terms of the scores that you should be aiming for. Then 3, I'd like to go over some of the resources that are available to you, both on the web, but also through GAIN in particular. And then finally discuss some strategies, how to answer questions, and a bit of repetition to the webinar that you've had with Magoosh, go over the question types again. So that will be the first part. And then in the second part, I'm super excited that we will have 2 of our alumni, Chukwumeka and Esther. So already many thanks to them. And they will be talking a bit about their GRE experience, how they prepared for it, what were some of the challenges that they experienced. And they will also be happy to answer your questions that you had. As always, feel free to use the Q&A. We will also have some slots where you can then ask questions openly, but it's very efficient if you start writing your questions in the Q&A. And then thanks to everybody else who's on this call for helping answer those questions. So before we dive in, I wanted to give you a little background about me, that you know who I am. So my name is Konstantin, as Gisela mentioned. I'm the co-lead together with Blas, who's also on this call, of the GAIN Mentee program management. So taking care of a lot of things that are related to you as a mentee once you participate in the second stage of the program. And I'm currently a predoctoral fellow at the University of Zurich, working with Professor Dina Pomeranz, and I'm starting my own PhD in economics in the fall this year. So I applied last year during my predoc here. I want to highlight that I'm not affiliated with ETS or any of the companies that provide study resources. So if I give recommendations, it is based on my own subjective experience. You can disagree with them. We're not getting any money for any advice that we give. Also, I may give advice that you disagree with. That's fine. I'm not an expert. I'm not a trainer. I took the GRE a few times, which I also want to highlight because it's quite common to retake the GRE and not to score as high as you want on the first time. So it's quite common and accepted to retake the GRE. And if it's of interest to you, you see my GRE score on the screen. Okay, so the first message that I want to get across is care about the GRE. So you might think it is a stupid and a small test, and you've had your master's degree or your bachelor's degree, you have a statement of purpose. All that seems maybe more relevant to economics than the GRE, which often is about high school math. But the GRE is really important for your application. And that's basically because for almost all schools that you will apply to, you will need the GRE. There are a few schools that don't require the GRE, but still the vast majority will ask for the GRE. And having a high GRE score is very important for your applications to be looked at. So the GRE is not getting you in for sure, even if you have a high score, but a low GRE score prevents you from getting in. So when universities start to screen their applications, many start looking at the GRE score and then kind of filter the high people with high GRE scores and then continue looking at your application. So you want to make sure you have a high GRE score for your application. And we will have some slides later where we show a bit what kind of score you need for certain ranges of of schools. And the second, of course, is that the GRE is very important for the application to the mentoring stage. So for us at GAIN, we use the GRE as a signal of, for example, are you willing to study for a test? Are you willing to put in some time to achieve a score that we believe is in a reasonable range? So we're not going to ask you to score perfectly to get every question right, but we are going to expect that you do decent. And so you will need to invest some time, but then if you score well on the GRE, that also on these mock exams, that also increases your chances to get into the GRE, to get into the GAIN mentoring program. So care about the GRE, don't take it lightly, please. The second point I want to get across from the beginning is use the GRE to your advantage. So unfortunately, many of you will not have had the opportunity to go to a school in the global north. Maybe some people, so in the US, for example, or even for me in Europe, I had the privilege to go to a school here that many people know. That will not be the case for everybody of you. And so for the admissions committees, sometimes it's hard to evaluate degrees from different universities they are less familiar with, but they know the GRE. And so if you score high on the GRE, that they know what that means. So through the GRE, you can signal your abilities because the GRE, it's the same for everybody. So I'm taking the same GRE as you're going to take. And so if you score high, that will maybe not guarantee, but that will really help your application to be looked at and considered carefully. So use it to your advantage and try to study as much as you can. Which brings me to the third message I want to get across in the beginning, which is don't underestimate the GRE. When you do the questions in itself, they all look relatively easy. It is high school math that you've probably done in your 9th grade or 10th grade. What's the total degrees in a triangle? That's stuff that you know, and that's not why the GRE is difficult. The GRE gets difficult because you have to answer a certain number of questions in a relatively short time. And so once you get stuck on one question, you may have no time in the end, and then all of a sudden you get stressed and you make mistakes that under normal circumstances you would not do. So there are certain challenges, even like they try to trick you in certain cases that make the GRE difficult as a whole. So don't underestimate it. Don't just do a few questions and think you've got this. Really try to study hard, follow the advice that we're going to give you in the next few minutes, and take it seriously. Also, I should note that most of the questions that we will be going through today, they're relatively easy for the sake of getting you familiar with the questions. There are more difficult questions in the GRE than we will gonna go through today. All right, so getting to the real first point, which is about the logistics. As I already mentioned, the GRE is critical to your application to the GAIN mentoring program. And so there are two ways that you can submit a GRE score, either mock exams via the Magoosh platform or scores from an actual GRE test. Meaning if you already took the GRE, you don't have to do the mock exams anymore. If you decide to take the mock exams that we partner with Magoosh for, then what we're asking for is the quant scores from 2 mock exams and the verbal score from 1 mock exam. So if you take the first mock exam and you're already happy with your verbal score, you can kind of skip over the verbal in the second one that you take it. But we want the quant score from 2 mock exams. Also, if you took the actual GRE, but you have a quant score of less than about 145, 154, then we recommend that you take the mock exam with Magoosh instead of submitting your actual score, so as to increase the chances of being admitted. And you should have received an email that allows you to sign up for one of 2 slots for the Magoosh window. So that is either starting today, I believe, May 3rd for the next 14 days, or starting in a week again for 2 weeks. So that will give you access to Magoosh for a 2-week window where you can then take the mock exams. Some of you will get into the mentoring, some may not. So some practical considerations already for when you take the actual GRE. So it depends a bit where you're from and where you currently live. how close the test center is. And so some of you will have to travel to the test center. And when you do that, try to travel a day in advance so that on the test day itself, you can be calm. And if you get stuck in traffic on a long distance journey, that doesn't like increase your nervousness or so. So you want on the test day itself, you want to be very calm. So if you have to travel, try to travel the day before already. Since COVID, you have the opportunity to take the GRE at home. That might be convenient for people who have to travel far. And if you have to travel very far and if it's very costly, then it might make sense to take it at home. But we also want to stress that past mentees had issues taking the test at home, which often correlates to things like you have to have a stable internet connection. You have to have a room where you can actually be alone without anybody walking into while you take the test. You need to have a certain type of board where you need to write your questions on. So if you want to take it at home, make sure you carefully check the requirements on the ETS website, whether taking it at home is feasible for you or not. Otherwise, the test center option tends to be the safer one. Also, it is very important to register with your exact name, which matches on the official identification required for the GRE. So in some countries, you need your national ID. For some countries, the driver's license, sometimes the passport. All that information is available online, but you really want to make sure that it's the exact name and not like the name you go by with, because if there's a small difference, then you will not be able to take the test and you're not going to get a refund of your money. Also, try to book the GRE early in advance, but take into account that rescheduling is costly. So you want to be relatively sure that you're able to take the test, but don't wait for 2 weeks before, especially as you get towards October, November. It might be that the test slots that are available are already occupied by other people. And then what I said before, it is common to retake the GRE. So if you take the GRE first and you're not happy with your score, that is fine and that is okay. Many people take it a second time, maybe even a third time. Now, there is a cost involved for doing so, but also most people that then study again improve on the second time. And so don't be discouraged if your first GRE is not as you had hoped for. When you send the scores to the universities, you can select the score, which one you want to send. So the universities itself, they don't see how often you took the GRE. But so already keep in mind that maybe retaking is common. So your first effort should be like the first time you take the real GRE should be early enough so that you still have time to retake it if needed. If my application is due December 1st, I don't want to take the GRE on November 15 because then I don't have time to take it a second time. If I take it in July or August for the first time, I can take it again in October or November. So it still gives me some time to take it again. Also, the final point, if you will study hard for the GRE, but then on the final day, there will be some noise in the test score. So it's very hard to say for sure you will do 163. On the test day, you may be lucky with the type of questions, or you may be less lucky. You may have a very good day or the opposite. But the region of your score is not random. So if you don't study well, you will not go into the 165 region or in the 160 region. But if you study hard, you can predict to have a certain score in a certain region. So don't just think it's all random, but if you get 100, let's say 170 or not, that may be a bit random towards the end. So don't be discouraged again. If one of your friends has 2 points more than you, that might have been just luck on the test day. All right, so then moving on to the survey results and some first advice. And thanks for everybody who filled out the survey, which makes this now possible. And so the first question that we were asking is, have you taken the GRE before? And we have among those people that I think 186 or so that replied, 47 already have taken the GRE, whereas 140 of you are yet to take the GRE for the first time. And then I think kind of mirroring that pattern, the question, have you already started studying for the GRE? We have 43 who said no, which are probably the ones that have taken it already. And then we had 143 who said they have started already. So that is great because the mentoring stage application is open and the slots for the Mekush are now. So it's great to see that 143 people are studying already. We also ask on how many days per week are you studying if you have started studying already. And what we see is that we have a few people who study on one day a week, and we have a bit more that study 6 to 7 days a week, but the majority studies for about 2 to 5, with the median respondent studying 4 days of the week. We also ask you on the day that you're studying, for how many hours are you studying? And again, here we have a bit of a spread. We have one person who spends 12 hours studying, according to the survey. So congratulations. It seems like a lot of time. I think maybe a bit more realistically, we have a bunch of people who study for 2 to 3 hours or for 4 to 5 hours, with the average student among you studying for 3.5 hours. So that leads me to the question, how much should I study? And the first point that I want to emphasize here is there is no one-size-fits-it-all study plan. So what works for me may not work for someone else. I may not be studying currently, so maybe I have a lot of time to study, whereas someone else might be in a job or writing the master's thesis, so a bit more time constrained. So in the end, you have to figure out what works for you and how much you want to allocate on a specific day and over time. But what I would say is that you should study for at least 2 months, try to study about 1 to 2 hours per weekday and maybe 3 to 5 hours on the weekend. So on one of the weekend days, try to do a longer study time and then maybe take 1 day off. But during the week, try to consistently study for 1 to 2 hours. And I'm stressing consistent because in my experience, if you study consistently, that helps you improve more. But some of my friends, what they do is they study for 3 weeks, but then they study full time. But that is you're only able to do that if you don't have anything else going on. So a short time means studying more per day. And I think in line with this, on GragMat, you can find study plans for either 1 month or 2 months, where again, the 1 month is it's more compressed and you need to invest more time per day rather than if you spread it over 2 months. So that's in terms of how much time you should allocate. And then how should you go about your studies? The first point that we recommend from the GAIN side, or partly me personally, is try to get familiar with what's in the test. So very basic, what are the concepts they're asking for? I'm sure most of you by now have done that already, but if not, on the slides that we're sharing, there will be a link to the content of the test. And just make yourself roughly familiar. You don't have to be an expert at this point, but just try to understand, okay, there are some data interpretation questions. There's going to be some geometry in there. There's going to be some arithmetics. There will be a verbal section you have to write at some point. So get a rough sense of what's in the GRE. And then second, you want to understand how good are you already? Where do you stand? So try to take a free online mock exam to identify your approximate baseline level. So most of the companies, may it be Kaplan, Princeton Review, Manhattan, ETS, they all have free online tests that you can take. And in the beginning, take 1 or 2 of them so that you already get a feeling of what's the GRE like and where are you even without studying. And that also helps you to improve a bit, or maybe identify what are the strengths and weaknesses, what are the concepts that you haven't seen in a long time. But at least you get a full picture of the GRE. And then before you stress about timing and strategies, try to just become more familiar and fluent with the type of the questions. So do a bunch of practice questions before then moving on to the next phase. And there are 2 sources that I like for just questions in itself. So one's ETS, the company that administers the test itself. They have a math review, and there is a practice book, which is called the Manhattan 5-Pound Book, which is just a ton of questions you can do. So once you are familiar with the type of questions, study under both timed conditions and untimed conditions. So as you study under timed conditions, that is very important to just have a general study session where you try to give yourself 1 to 2 minutes per question. And also try to do these question sets. So in the GRE, you will get, in the math part, you will get 20 questions and you have 35 minutes for it. So try to do this block of questions where you answer 20 questions in 35 minutes. And then, of course, you can do those sets individually and you can take a full GRE test. And so when you take the full GRE test, that takes a bit of time because you have several sections, so you might want to do that on the weekend. But also, it is important to do some untimed sessions where you care less about being fast, but more about how you solve questions. And here, and I personally really hate that, so I had to force myself to do that, is try to solve the same question using different strategies. So when I first took the GRE, I just went ahead, solved it the way I knew, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work. But there are always several ways how to get to the answer. And different ways might be quicker in certain scenarios. Plus, if you get stuck on a question, knowing another approach how to solve the same question can help you overcome being stuck on the question. So in my final GRE that I took, that really helped me to be able to draw on a different strategy when I didn't know how to approach the question with my, maybe the concepts that I've been more familiar with before starting to study for the GRE. So try to study both timed and under untimed conditions. And finally, regardless of the type of resources you use or how much you want to use a study, practice, practice, practice. So the GRE, it just comes with experience and practicing, and you want to do as many questions as possible. You want to know them inside out until, yeah, it's really automatic for you, all the types of things they ask for. And don't underestimate how much it is worth in the end to practice compared to just reading about strategy. So the strategy is important to know, but in the end, you need to be able to apply them. And that's why it's important to practice and practice and practice. Okay, in this survey, we were also asking for the quant score that you are aiming for. And we see that the kind of modal respondent was saying a score of 160. Also, quite a few people said 165, and a few people said 170. Also, a few people said 150, which I will get to on the next slide, might be a bit too low. Also, just to let you guys know, the scores are from 130 to 170. So if you have no answer correct, you will get 130. So you should really aim to be a bit more in this higher range here. Then we also ask, what's the verbal score you are aiming for? Again, a lot of people are trying to get 160, still 165 and 170, though less. But now we also have this kind of bunching here at 155. Again, a few scores at 150. And also the verbal, it ranges from 130 to 170. And then we ask, lastly, what's the writing score? So the analytical writing section that you're aiming for, which this section is, I think, from 0 or 1 to 6. So it's a different scale with quite a few people aiming for a score of 4 or a score of 5. Now, what scores do I need for grad school applications? And I split it here by section because the quantitative reasoning measure is by far the most important section of the test if you're applying to economics or related fields. So if you're study constrained in terms of time, really focus on the quantitative reasoning measure. You don't get into an econ program because you have a great verbal score. But you don't get into school if you have a low quantitative score. So the quantitative measure really is the one that counts. And so to let you know, half of the people, so the median score of test takers from 2018 to 21 was 155. So 50% of people who take the test score at least 155. And many people take the GRE who will study literature in the end. So those people don't care about the quant at all. So you can imagine that maybe, I mean, I don't know these numbers, but maybe 70% of people applying to economics have a score of 155 or lower. And if you think of maybe half of people having a higher score than you, that does not make your application look very strong. However, the score that you will need depends on the school that you're applying to. And so as a rough rule of thumb, now this will be different across schools and there are exceptions to this, but kind of my personal rule of thumb is that if you want to get into a top 10 school, then you will need to be above the 90th percentile. So that means you will need to have a quant score of 168 or higher. If you're aiming for kind of a tier 2 school, which would be like 11 to 20 in the rankings, maybe, you should have above the 80th percentile, or at least the 80th percentile. So that might be 165 or higher. If you're then going to the 21 to 50, then you should at least still try to be among the best 1/3 of test takers. So try to have 160 or higher. But if we go back to the scores that you were aiming for, don't try to be in this region here. So at least try to aim for 160 or higher. And again, you may not achieve that on the first time. We're not asking for 160 for your mentoring stage application, but once you're taking the real test, really try to be 160 or higher, because then the GRE will help you. Otherwise, it will not help you. So for the verbal reasoning measure, it is substantially less important than the quant score, but you should also not be super bad. So what that means is you should try to have at least around the average or the median of 150 or 152. Now, of course, if you're higher, that's great. And many of you will be higher. But if you have the impression you're already kind of in this region, or let's say you have 153, 154 on all of your practice tests, don't study for the verbal anymore. Focus entirely on the quantitative section. If, however, on your practice tests, you get 148, 145 in the verbal, then you might want to study until the point where you get your scores over 150, 152. And it's very similar for the analytical writing measure, where again, it is not as important as the quant measure, but you want to be among the best 50% of people taking the test. So you want to have a 3.5 or a 4. But studying for the writing is also a bit easier than the verbal, because there are certain, let's say, structures that you can try to follow. Whereas for the verbal, if you really want to study, you have to study a lot of words, you have to read a lot. So it is much more difficult to improve your verbal score than your quant score, for example, in my view. Okay, so I think you got the message. Focus on the quant score as long as your verbal score is higher than the average or median. And here, just listing a few scores of some of our most successful GAIN alumni. And so you see, we have alumni scoring 170 in the quant, 167, but also there are students who get into very good schools with a score of 158. So there are always exceptions, but then you need to be really strong in other dimensions. I think you also see that for most students here, the quant score is weakly higher than the verbal score, even though we do have also quite some high verbal scores here. But then again, someone actually has a score lower than the median and still was placed in a very strong program. But this student here had a quant score of 162. And all of them have analytical writing scores of 3.5 or higher. So I think you really want to try to kind of be be in this region here if possible. But like what you also see is there is no student listed here with the quant score of 154 or so. So again, try to get into the 160 plus range. Moving on to the resources. Or are there any questions that I should answer openly, Gisela? I'm not following the chat.
Related is for the, so we support people applying for economics and also related fields. And this person is asking whether the 160 and above is also somewhat a good measure for the related fields. So political science, public policy, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very good question. So maybe the top 10 here, you can have slightly lower scores. So it tends to be that the economics programs have the higher scores, but you should still try to be 160 or higher. Also because that makes you be more competitive compared to maybe some other people applying, for example, for political science. But many political science students also have great quantitative backgrounds, so they will also score very, very well on the GRE. But these criteria here, in my limited experience, are for economics programs. So you don't have to stress too much about the 90th percentile maybe, but try to kind of have 165-ish, even if you want to go for a top tier political science school. And to be frank, that the few people I know who went into really top 10 political science, they still had a perfect score in the GRE. So they had 170 in the GRE. I'm not saying that is what you have to have, but it helps your application. So try to be as high as possible. And then in the end, you apply with the score you have, but try to aim high and study for high scores.
Okay, thank you. And another question is on a calculator. Are calculators allowed?
Yeah, so you're not allowed to bring anything into the GRE, but they have a calculator embedded on the screen. So somewhere like here, you would have a little symbol for the calculator. Then you can click on it, and then you can type. You can actually use the keyboard as well to use that calculator. I'll come back to calculators in the strategy section. So there will be a point whether to use them or not.
Yeah, perfect. No more questions.
Cool, thanks. So then moving on to the resources, what you can do to study. And so first, independent of GAIN, there are lots of resources online. And we compiled a list from GAIN here. And you can really go far by searching the web. Now, personal recommendations, just for pure practicing, so not really the strategy type, but more the practicing, is this Manhattan book, which is like when it used to be printed, it used to be this thick, and it's just questions over questions. A bit of strategy also is included in this ETS, Official Quantitative Reasoning Practice Questions book. What I like about it is that it is from the test makers itself. So those questions are probably the best tailored to the actual GRE. But it is shorter, so you will need to complement this book here with something else. And so during the current phase, you all have this 2-month subscription for GragMed. And GragMed really is amazing for strategy. It's also good for practicing, maybe not as good as others, but for strategy, it is incredible. And so there are a bunch of videos that you can watch for getting the right strategy and how to approach the test. And then you also have this 2 weeks window for Magoosh, which is a great tool in my view for practicing, as it kind of mirrors the interface of the real GRE. It's very adaptive. It has very good answers, both written and videos to the questions. So also by watching the answers, you can get a bit of the hang of the strategies. If you make it to the mentoring phase, which I hope you do, we provide a 6-month subscription for Magoosh, so then you can really exploit that tool for your GRE studies. But what I do want to emphasize is, regardless of whether you make it to the GRE or not, to the GAIN mentoring phase, there are a bunch of resources online, and many of which you can get without cost. So if you make it to the mentoring phase or not, you will be able to study at a relatively reasonable cost for the GRE. Okay, so let's get started on strategies. And so the first strategy I want to emphasize is more about a point that is important, namely pacing is key. So how fast you answer the questions. And so a quantitative block, so I should say that this year is for the quant, is 35 minutes and 20 questions. So I think per question that is somewhere in between 1 and 2 minutes. And that already shows you don't have that much time for a single question. Also, if you spend, let's say, 5 minutes on one question, then all of a sudden you're left with 30 minutes for 19 questions. So you want to make sure not to spend a lot of time on an individual question, especially in the beginning. And as you practice, then you will become quicker over time. I saw a hand was raised, but that was probably unintentional. But let me know if not, or just raise your hand again. Please. Okay, so now a bit more specifically about strategies. The first thing that I kind of mentioned already is that usually there's more than one strategy to solve the same question. So you will see I might use a different approach than you would use. That's completely fine. What matters in the end is that you get to the answer. But what I mentioned before is try to be familiar with the different ways to answer the same question. So do these kind of untimed studies where you practice solving the same question, but using a different method. So maybe start answering the question with your favorite method. Then you can check is the answer correct. And then you can explore another way to get to the same answer. And what I mentioned also before, this will help you tremendously when you get stuck on a question in the real GRE and help you not to freak out too much. Also, there are several shortcuts that you can learn, which will speed up your answers. So for example, there are these Pythagorean triplets. So I think one of them, for me, it's been too long, but it's kind of 3, 4, 5. So if you see two sides of a triangle, 4 and 5, you see a right angle, you already know the other one must be 3. And there are quite a bunch of them. And the GRE loves those kind of triangles where you need to find the third side or so. And it's going to be one of those Pythagorean triples. And these you can just memorize. The same for the prime numbers. I forgot most of them now, but when I took the test, I was very familiar with them. And so that also helps you because many questions ask about prime numbers. And then it's like maybe 7, 13 or so, but it's really like it takes a time in your head. But if you know them, 23, great, fantastic. So there are things, shortcuts that you can learn. And if you follow GragMed or books, they will introduce those shortcuts over time. Now on the calculator, there are 2 different fields, and we happen to partner with both of them. The one side says avoid it as much as possible, which is GragMed. They say avoid it because it actually takes some time to type in and open it, and you may type it wrong. So GragMed is saying avoid it. Whereas if you follow Magoosh, they will use it quite frequently. And so I think you kind of have to find your right balance in this and see what questions do you want to answer using a calculator, what not. But in your studies, try to play around with both a bit, because if you improve your ability to like your mental calculations, that will help you a lot. If you can avoid easy calculations in the calculator, that again will speed it up. And so I'm a bit on the side of GragMed, but there are these 2 different sides here. And I've used the calculator in the test. A very important strategy is how to skip questions. So you're within a set of quant questions, so 20 questions, 35 minutes, you can go back and forth. So you don't have to answer them in the right sequence, or if you've answered them, it's not the case that you cannot go back. You can always come back within the same set of questions. And it's important to keep in mind that each question counts the same weight. So if it's an easy question or a difficult question, it doesn't really matter. If you get them wrong, you get them wrong. If you get them right, you get them right. So since time is very precious, you don't want to get stuck on the same question. And learning when to skip or move from one question to another is very important. And then what you can do is you can just guess. So if I'm after 1 minute or even 40 seconds of the question, and I realize I don't know the answer to this, then I just choose whatever, and I can mark the question as kind of like, I can mark it. And then when I'm done with all the other questions, I see an overview of all the questions and the one that I marked, and then I can go back to it. But at least I didn't waste another 4 minutes, and then I had to really rush towards the end. So I'd rather get one wrong, but still have enough time for all the other ones, than spending too much time on one question and maybe still getting it wrong because I didn't have a good strategy for it. Okay, so now on some answer strategies. So the first strategy, which ETS advises, is to translate words to an arithmetic or algebraic representation. So for example, they might have a sentence like, the cost of a bus ride is $5 plus an additional 25 cents per each kilometer to the destination. And that's going to be very easy for you guys, of course, but you can just write this mathematically as saying, okay, I have my total cost, which is $5 plus 25 cents for each kilometer. But where now X, of course, means kilometer. But so you have to be able to kind of go back and forth between text and equations, and sometimes help, like putting things into the equation helps translate and actually understand what's the mathematics in the sentence here. The other is that you will have text that you might want to translate into a figure or a diagram. So one other question might be, which number is the farthest from the number 1 on the number line? And here it's a bit obvious, it already says number line. So, but what you can do is you can just draw a number line, and you can draw the number 1, you might have the number 0, you have 10 on the one side and minus 10 on the other. And that makes it relatively quick to see, okay, how far is 1 from 10 and how far is minus 10 from 1? Now, these examples might be a bit too simplistic, but drawing these kinds of things can help you to see very, very quickly that minus 10 is further away than 10 from 1. Okay, so now I want you to try to solve this question, and you will have a minute, and we have a poll, and then I can discuss how I would approach that. And I think the poll should show up now. Great. Don't put the answer in the chat, please. So I'm not saying whether it's correct, but don't put answers in the chat, only answer to the poll. Also, we're not recording who says what, so this is completely just for the fun of it. Sorry, thanks. I was muted. So thanks for writing that in the chat. So then you didn't hear that I was counting down, but anyway, you have more opportunities to answer. So not half, but the majority said E. Quite a few people said C as well, and then we have some with the remaining answers as well. And so to talk a bit about the strategy here, and please don't write answers in the chat. Only write them in when we do the survey. But so the strategy is about translating from an algebraic to a graphical representation. So what you clearly see is we have a graph here, and we have some algebraic information here. And so the idea kind of is to translate what's written, for example, in A into the graph. And so let's maybe focus on A, which is the graph of x minus 2. And so I'm sure this is very simple for you guys, but so we're starting with minus 2. So if x was 0, then, okay, we're starting here. And then it's just a straight line. So at 2, we would be at 0. So we can kind of draw this nice little line through here, and we see, okay, it's not intersecting the graph at all. So that's, maybe I should have said this first. This is what this is asking for, intersect the graph. Okay, so we already know it's not A. And you can kind of do this if you wanted to with all the different answers, but what you would end up, and most of you had it right, is that E is the correct answer. So here, again, you're starting at minus 3, but now you're actually going much steeper, and so eventually it will cross the curve here. And this is now not drawn to the right extent. This question here, you could have actually also seen, you could have looked at the slopes, but this strategy now kind of is to add to the graph here. So try to add to graphical representation if possible. Now I should add that in the GRE, you don't actually have that printed out, but you can always sketch on your sheet of paper. Okay, so the next question is now translate from a figure, or in this case, so the GRE calls this a figure, but it's more like a table, to an arithmetic or algebraic representation. And again, you will have about a minute to answer the questions here. So please don't write answers in the chat. Only type the answer in this little thing that popped up. If nothing popped up, then please just write it down on your sheet of paper. That's good enough. Okay, 10 more seconds. And stop. Okay, so now I cannot actually see the results, I believe. Maybe you guys can. Okay, we'll follow up with the results later because I didn't see the results myself. But anyway, so this question here says, so first maybe what you see here is you see the results of a used car auction, and it provides you information on the numbers of cars offers, the number of cars that were sold, how much they projected sales, and the actual sales. And also importantly here, they're giving some units. So they're writing in thousands. So that is important to keep the unit into account here. And then what the question is asking for is, so for the large cars sold, and also, so you have two hints already, large and sold, summarized in the table above, what was the average sale price per car? So you already know that you want to look at the large cars and you want to look at those sold. So the whole idea about projected, that's not really important. You want to care about the actual sales and the number of cars that were sold. And so then, as I think some people wrote successfully in the chat, the answer would be 120,000. So the actual sales over how many cars did you sell? So 20. And that, of course, then is 6,000, which you would write into the little box here. And I should add that I might make a mistake, so you should always pay attention and try to correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so the next strategy is to simplify an arithmetic or algebraic representation. And again, you get 30 seconds to read through your question here and try to answer while I show up the poll here. Do 10 more seconds. Right, and stop. Okay, so here it seems really undecided. We have almost as many people say that B is greater, and we have people saying the quantities are equal, and then a few people saying A and B. So this question here is one that is very common. So it is a quantitative comparison where you're giving some information, and then you have a quantity A and a quantity B. And you're supposed to say which one is larger, if any, and if you can tell. So these answers here, A to D, they will always be the same. So you should know this by heart, that A means quantity A is larger, B, quantity B is larger, C, the quantities are the same, and D, we don't really know. It cannot be determined with the information given here. Now let's think about strategy here for a second. So what do they mean by simplify? So what you are given is that 3 times y plus 2, all that over 5, is it bigger or larger than y? Now, that looks maybe a bit complicated, so you can try to rearrange this a bit and simplify. So for example, you can multiply this whole thing with 5. What you would then get is the question 3 plus 2, is it larger or smaller than 5 times y? And keep in mind that what we've done now is we've multiplied by 5. So that is not a negative number, which is important. That's not 0. Because if you would multiply by a negative number or 0, that would change the relationships. But as long as you're multiplying with a positive number, or you just add or subtract something, the relationships here, so this little question mark here, that doesn't change. But now this still looks maybe a bit too complicated. So what we can also do is we can take these 3 y's on the left to the right side, and we will be left with 2. Is it larger or smaller than 2y? Now that we can further simplify to 1 question y. And now that's cool because what we have here, we can compare directly to the information given. So we know that y will be greater than 4. So then y must also be larger than 1, because maybe it's 4.1, maybe it's 10, we don't know, but for sure it's larger than 4, and 4 is larger than 1. So we simplified this expression here to 1 smaller or equal or greater than y. And so clearly now the correct answer here would be B. Okay, the next question we've already answered, but it's kind of related to this translating from one to another, which is to add to a geometric figure. And so here the idea is, again, just you have to translate what those equations mean, and then you just draw them in here, and then you can visually see if something is intersecting or not. Another important strategy is finding a pattern. And so for the finding a pattern, it's basically to shorten an answer. So what they're asking here is, which of the following could be the unit digit of 57 to the power of n, where n is some positive integer? So the unit digit in any number, as I'm sure you know, is just the 7 here. Or if I would be writing, for example, let's say 131, the unit digit would be the 1 here. And so what they're asking is, if you take 57 to the power of a positive number, what could be the unit digit? If you start studying for the GRE, you will see those problems and you will quickly know that the 5 here is not really important. For the unit digit, the only thing that matters is the unit digit itself, the 7. So what they mean by pattern now is, let's say we have 57 to the power of 1. Now, but I was just saying, we don't need to care about the 5 here, but just 7 to the power of 1. That is relatively simple. So that's just going to be 7. Now, we could also do 57 to the power of 2. So n is a positive number, so 57 to the power of 2. Again, the 5 doesn't really matter, so we don't need to consider it. So we would be doing something like 7 times 7, so that's 49. So great, now we know it's a 9. So here also, we don't really need to care about the 4, so we just keep the 9. Now we move on to 7 to the power of 3. So 9 times 7, so because 7 to the power of 3 is just 2 times 7, would be something, so 7 times 9, of course, is 63. So the unit digit of that will be 3. And now we don't have a pattern here yet, but soon you will see we will get to a pattern. If we take 7 to the power of 4, it will be something, I think now this stopped. 1 second. Okay, you can all see this again? Great. So if you take 7 to the power of 4, it will be something 3 times 7, which is something 21, where again, the 2 doesn't really matter. But now, if you do 7 to the power of 5, it's something like with a 1 at the end times 7, so it's something with a 7. And look where we started. We started with a 7, and we came back to a 7. So if you would go now and do 7 to the power of 6, you would again have something with a 9. And so you can continue doing this. Now you're stuck with the same unit digits, and you have your pattern here. So the numbers that are possible are just 7, 9, 3, and 1. And so you could go through this now and mark the ones that are possible. For example, did you ever see a 0 here? No. Did you see a 1? Yes, right here. Did you see a 2? No, and so on. So what they were asking for here is n is a positive integer. So that could go up to 1,000,000. But all you had to do here is go up to 5, and you would find that you would go back to where you started, and you found the pattern is that it's always repeating over time. Another strategy, and I need to speed up a bit so that we will have enough time with our panelists, is to search for a mathematical relationship. So to answer this question here, so it's again a quantitative comparison where we have a quantity A and a quantity B, and we need to say which one is larger. And so we will actually use 2 strategies here. First, simplify. And then second, we will be using this mathematical relationship as we are going to simplify. So if you write this, so you want to know is x to the x squared plus 1, is it larger than 2x minus 1? And the first step would be simplifying this a bit. And this takes a bit of practice to see this, but that's why studying is important. You could try to take these 2x to the left-hand side. So you would get 2x, x squared minus 2x plus 1. Is it smaller or larger than -1? And here is now something that is super important for the GRE. And this will be the binomial equations or formulas. Because then what you can see relatively quickly, if you're familiar with them, is that this expression here is the same as x minus 1 squared. And the question is that larger or smaller than -1? But of course, you know that if you take anything squared, it will always be non-negative. So x could be 0. It would be -1 to the power of 2, well, that is 1. If x would be 1, this would be 0, but it would still be not negative. On the right-hand side, you have a negative number. So every time the left-hand side here will be larger. And again, what we did here when we simplified, we never multiplied with a negative number. We never multiplied by 0. So the relationship itself doesn't change. So you know that this side here is larger, meaning that A is the right answer here. So try to find those mathematical relationships. Okay, another thing that the GRE really likes is to estimate. Again, a quantitative comparison, what's larger, A or B? What they're asking you is 54% of 360 larger than 150 or not. So what you can do now is you can take your calculator and type 0.54 multiplied by 360. You would get the exact number. It would be correct. But what you can also do is, okay, what's 50% of 160? Now that is much easier, and you see that is 180. And so I took less than 54%. So 54% is going to be more than 180. But 180 is already larger than 150. So clearly A must be the right answer here. So most of the time on the GRE, you can actually estimate rather than calculating exact numbers when you have these A-B comparisons. If there is a blank box and you have to put in a number, of course it needs to be calculated correctly. You can't estimate it there. Another important strategy is trial and error. So just play around and see what works. The question here is, which two of the following numbers have a product that is between -1 and 0? Indicate both numbers. So here, the answer or the question already tells you both. So there will be two numbers you need to select. And basically, you need to multiply one number with another number. And then they have to be between -1 and 0. And what the strategy is about playing around. So multiply -20 times -10. Well, if I'm not mistaken, that would be 200. So that is, first of all, it's positive. So it cannot be between here and is way too large. So just play around with all the different combinations, and then you will get to your answer. Another strategy is to divide into cases. So here in this quantitative comparison, quantity A is supposed to be the least prime number greater than 24. And quantity B is the greatest prime number less than 28. And like I told you, I really don't like prime numbers, so I had to write this up before. But what the strategy will ask you for is divide it into two cases. Tackle A and B separately. Don't worry about B for now. Focus just on strategy, on quantity A. And so A would be a prime number greater than 24. So it must be some number 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, or so on. And what's the greatest number that is a prime number among those? You can ask, is 25 a prime number? No, it's 5 times 5. And you would find that eventually, I believe 29 is the greatest prime number. So you solved problem 1. Now the second case would be, well, type B, which is the greatest prime number less than 28. So now you can go down from 27, 26, 25, 24, but you don't actually have to do this anymore because you already found that quantity A is 29, which is larger than all the numbers that are less than 28. So you divided it into cases, but already you can jump over the second case. So in this case, the right answer would be quantity A. And this dividing into cases can help quite often when things look complicated, is to tackle things at a time. Maybe it's do an even number and then you take odd numbers and then take the combination of the two, but divide it into smaller, more manageable cases. And then another important strategy is adapt solutions to related problems. And so this problem has a big text, so it might look a bit scary, but I'll give you a minute to read through it and try to find the answer yourself. And I see some people have very quick answers, so either they did that question before or they're guessing. Give 15 more seconds, which of course it's too short. In the GRE, this would be a question for almost 2 minutes probably. Right, put your answers in now. You can also guess. That would be the time for the guessing at the GRE. Okay, so relatively mixed results. I think D is the winner. B also has quite a few, but you also had this was a multiple choice where you can select multiple answers. So let's try to unpack this question a bit. So each employee of a certain company is either in department X or in department Y. And the first important information is actually there are more than twice as many employees in department X as in department Y. So one strategy that we learned before is try to put that in mathematical terms. And so one thing you could try to do is like, okay, X is more than 2 times Y or so, the number of employees. Then you see that the average wage of the people in the department X, so the average salary is 25,000 for employees in department X. So again, you could write this kind of in a mathematical way, saying the average X is 25,000. You also get the information that the average is 35,000 for employees in department Y. 35,000 here. And now what is the question actually asking us to do? So it's asking which of the following amounts could be the average for the employees of the company. So we have a company with 2 departments, and what's the average across those 2? Now, the strategy is about related problems. And so a related problem would be, well, I mean, this would be now very simple. What if X was the same number of people than Y? So for every person in department X, I would also have another person in department Y. So then you would have 25,000 plus 35,000 divided by 2, just the average between 2 people, basically, which would give you 30,000. But you are given the information that we have twice as many in X as in Y, or more, even more. So another case would be that X is exactly 2 times Y. So now you could imagine a company with 3 people, 2 which are in the department X and 1 which is in the department Y. So you would have 2 times 25,000 plus 35,000. But now your company had 3 employees. And of course, you could scale this up. You could say, well, there are 6 people or 12 people. This ratio doesn't change anymore. But what you would get now is 85,000 divided by 3. And that's a number that I would personally put into the calculator now. Like this one, I would not do myself, which happens to be, which I calculated before, 25,000 at 28,333. And now another important strategy here. The GRE, it's called quantitative reasoning. So what's the reasoning now? You have just assumed there are twice as many people in X than in Y. But actually we know there are more than twice. And so if you look again at the averages, you have 25,000 for the X people and 35,000 for the Y. So the more people in X I have, the more I will push it towards the 25,000. If you would have 1 million people in X and just 1 in Y, the 1 in Y would almost not matter. So you see that this 28,300 is kind of an upper bound, and the real number must be below. So you can already exclude, if you go to your answers, all the ones here going down, they're all higher than 28,300. And in the GRE now, I would be confident enough to just select A and B, because they're never asking you to get the exact ratio. Is it 2.1? Is it 2.2? They're not going into this. What they want you to understand is that you can simplify the question to this. Is it 2 times more? And then in what direction do you have to go? So you have to push it more towards the 25,000 than to a higher direction. So the right answers here are 26,000 and 28,000. All right, so then, and I think we will be done in about 3 minutes. So thanks Chukwemeka and Esther for waiting. I apologize for going a bit longer. Another important strategy is to understand whether a conclusion follows from the information that we provided. So again, this is a quantitative comparison where we have been given the information that W is greater than 1. And so now you can again, as we've done before, kind of try to simplify the expression. So you want to know, is 7W minus 4, which is quantity A, is that larger or smaller than 2W plus 5? So you could rewrite this where you take the W's on one side. So let's take them on the left side. We do minus 2W. And we take the 4 on the other side. So we're left with 9. That's still a bit too complicated. So we want to have divided by 5. So is W smaller or larger than 9 over 5, which is 1.8? And that's the type of calculation I would not do in the calculator. So you know what is 1/5? That is 0.2. And so then it's relatively easy to see that 9 over 5 is 5 over 5 plus 4 over 5, and 4 over 5 is 0.8. So these types of calculations I would not do in the calculator. But now, is W greater or smaller than 1.8? Do we know? We only know that W is greater than 1. So what could W be? W could be 4. But W could also be 1.5. So if W was 4, then W is greater than 1.8. If W was 1.5, then W is smaller than 1.8. So now we found a case where it could be both. So we don't know, is A or B greater? And since we found 2 cases, we can confidently say the relationship cannot be determined from the given information. And now the final strategy is very related, but so that we also have a data interpretation question. It's again kind of, what additional information would I need to solve the problem? And is that information available or not? So what we're shown here is a a table with the annual percent change in dollar amount of sales at 5 retail stores from 2006 to 2008. But what's important is it is about the percentage change. And that will be important as we go to the answers. Then we see we have a few stores. We have the percentage change from 2006 to 2007, and we have the change from 07 to 08. Okay, that's kind of all we want to look at first. We don't want to look at all the specific numbers here. That we will do after we read the actual question and what we're supposed to answer. So what this prompt is asking is, based on the information given, which of the following statements must be true? Indicate all such statements. So there are a few things to unpack. First, based on the information given. In none of the data interpretation questions are you supposed to use other facts you know about life or the economy or something else. You always have to restrain yourself to the information given in those little charts. And then you want to know which ones are which one must be true. So without additional information, can I say for 100% sure is it true or not? Indicate all such statements. So there can be more than one correct answer here. Doesn't need to be more. The GRE is trying to trick you in many, many places. Okay, let's look at the first answer choice, which is for 2008, the dollar amount of sales at store R was greater than that at each of the other 4 stores. Okay, so we want to know something about 2008 dollar amount of the store R and then compare it to the other 4 stores. Now we can go back to our table and recall that all we have is percentage changes. We know that in store R, it increased 5% from 06 to 07, and then it increased 12% from 07 to 2008. But we have no idea from what. Was it $1 million before? Was it $10? Was it maybe even 0? 0 it wasn't, but maybe it was $1. So we don't know the levels. And so we cannot answer this question without knowing the levels. So the strategy is asking you, what additional information would I need? I would need to know what was the sales in 2006, and I don't have that. So I don't know, must it be true? It could be true, but must, we don't know that. Now, question B, the dollar amount of sales at store S. Now, you can already be a bit skeptical, but not necessarily. It's asking you about dollar amounts. Was 22% less than that for 2006. So in 2008, was it 22% less? And this is really the GRE trying to trick you now. So we want to look at store S. So we will look at this store. And from 2006 to 2007, we had a 7% reduction. And then we have a 15% reduction in the year after. So what the GRE wants you to do is do -7 plus -15 equals -22. And think, it's correct, 22% less. But that would be false. So they want to trick you. Because what actually happens here is you have some kind of amount in 2006. Then in the next year, you have a 7% reduction. So you only have 39% left. In the year after, you have a 15% reduction. So you only have, and I should maybe use different symbols here, you only have 85% left. And this is a question, you don't have to type this in the calculator anymore. This is less than if you took the same amount and multiplied it by 0.78, which would be the 22% reduction. Because what you're taking, it's actually probably more, sorry, it will be more. Because you're taking a 15% reduction of something that is already less than the full amount. So almost always though, like maybe you do want to check this in the calculator later actually, but in almost all cases, when you have something like 22%, it is different to adding up the numbers. So that's an important mistake many people do. They will do this first thing here, whereas what you need to do is the second thing here. And now A and B were not right. One must be right. So you can already say C is correct without looking at it. I would not even, in the GRE, I would not look at it anymore.
So what I'll be covering today is really the process of finding scholarships, looking for scholarships, and we'll also chat a little bit about eligibility criteria. And before we start, I just also want to say a few words about Africademics, just so that you understand a little bit my background. And we also have two of our other team members here today, two of our scholarship ambassadors, who have been with us since last year. They've gone through our ambassador training, so they have become scholarship mentors with Africademics, and they will introduce themselves, I think, after my presentation, and also share a little bit about their personal experiences, because they were where you guys are sitting at some point looking for scholarships, and they successfully managed to get scholarships. So I think there's also quite a lot that we can learn from them. So I'll start with the theory and just a little bit about Africademics. So like I said, we are a scholarship platform and a community for students, for graduates, for researchers, pretty much for anything with an interest in higher education in and from Africa. I founded Africademics in 2019, which is when I was looking for a PhD scholarship in South Africa. I'm from Germany originally, but I've been living in South Africa for, I think it's 12 years now. And during my own scholarship search, I just realized that there's often this impression that there isn't really a lot of funding available on the continent or for people from the African continent. And at the same time, when I started researching scholarships, I did realize that there are a lot of opportunities out there. It's just a matter of them not being shared, them not being communicated properly. And at the same time, nobody teaches you how to apply for those scholarships. So I wanted to try and bridge that gap through Africademics. So I founded it in 2019. We are a registered nonprofit, registered in Germany, and we also rely on a volunteer-driven global network of people like our scholarship ambassadors, whom you will meet later. And we mostly work in the digital space. We were founded just before COVID. So we do most of our work online. We share scholarships, but we also offer hands-on personal support for people looking for scholarships and trying to apply for them. And we really want to make it easier to access the opportunities that are out there. So unfortunately, because we don't have lots of money, we don't offer scholarships ourselves, but we try and bridge the gap between people like you and the opportunities that are already out there offered by other organizations. And we do that by sharing information and by offering support. And we've already shared over 2,500 scholarships. So I think that's quite a landmark. And we share them online. We have a growing community. So if you're not following us for daily scholarship updates, then you can do that. And we've partnered with organizations like GAIN, which has been really amazing. And this might also be of interest for all of you. We recently launched a scholarship podcast and also a massive open online course for anyone with an interest in scholarships. I'll share the details with you later, but I think that's a good resource for you to also check out after the webinar. And we'll be adding more content on both the podcast and the course over the next few months. And then this is the other part of what we do that might be of interest. So we've trained scholarship ambassadors that are basically mentors from different African countries at different levels of study. And they are also there to offer hands-on support. And we're currently training a new group of ambassadors that will be finishing their training around July, August. So we'll have a chat maybe with the organizers as well and see if we can offer some mentorship for some of you there. And we have won prizes, so our work is being recognized, and I hope that it also inspires lots of other organizations to do similar things. Okay, so let's get started with the actual content, and I'll just briefly, I think I'll turn off my video if you don't mind, just to make sure that the internet stays stable. So when we speak about scholarships, I think we all have an idea of what it is, but I think sometimes it's quite important to remind ourselves that there are many different types of scholarships. So when I do this course for our ambassadors, I always go through quite a range of different funding types. One of those being the full degree scholarships. Now, those are obviously the main ones. Those are the ones that everybody wants. And I think those are the ones that most of you will be looking for. So that's funding to complete an entire degree at undergrad, at master's, or at PhD level. I know most of you are looking at master's and PhD. And then other types are postdoc fellowships, research fellowships. There's also non-degree scholarships, which are other types of opportunities. There's conference grants, travel grants, and there's competitions and awards. So there's quite a big scholarship landscape out there. And outside of this webinar and outside of what we're doing today, I also encourage you to look into those opportunities, especially if you're looking at building a career in academia, or if you're maybe currently doing your master's, you want to move on and do a PhD, then those other opportunities are also nice stepping stones or building blocks of your academic career. But for the purpose of today, we'll just look at master's and PhD. And just to start with, it's quite important to distinguish between the different levels of funding that are out there, because sometimes we have this idea that if I get a scholarship, then all my expenses will be covered. That is the ideal case scenario, and there are fully funded scholarships out there. But at the same time, realistically speaking, not everybody will be able to get a full scholarship, right? Simply because there aren't enough of those to go around. And so it's quite important to realize that there are different types. Fully funded ones, they do cover pretty much everything from tuition fees to your living expenses, your travel costs if you're studying abroad, your medical insurance, which can also be quite a big expense. And some of those scholarships also cover additional expenses, like maybe your books, a laptop, a research stipend, and so on. So those are the best ones, the nice ones. But in addition to those, a lot of the scholarships that you guys will probably come across are actually partial scholarships. And quite often, those are awarded in the form of a tuition waiver. So a lot of universities, when you apply, there is the possibility of getting a scholarship through the university, but quite often that only covers your tuition fees, right? Sometimes there's a little bit of an extra allowance, maybe for travel, maybe for accommodation, but it's quite often that we hear from students that they got into a university and they got a tuition fee scholarship, can cover the whole fees or just a part of it. But then there is still that additional question of, okay, I also have to live and I have to pay rent, and there's all sorts of other expenses, right? So for you as an applicant, it's obviously important to be aware of that, but also to, before you even start looking for funding, to actually sit down and make an assessment of your financial needs. And just also to be very realistic about the total cost of your studies, and not just look at your tuition fees and maybe your travel costs and your rent, but all those other little expenses that you tend to have. So in addition to your tuition fees, your travel, you also have to consider your medical insurance. Even if maybe back home you don't have medical insurance because it's not compulsory, but overseas, most universities require you to have insurance. And also for purposes of applying for a visa, you will have to have medical insurance. And depending on the country, that can be quite costly, right? Then there's obviously housing. You might be lucky and get on-campus housing, which might be subsidized, but you might also have to rent your own apartment. And then there's your living expenses, your groceries, your Wi-Fi, your electricity, study materials, your clothing. If you move to the Northern Hemisphere, guys, it gets cold. You will need winter clothing and lots of it. And then there's also additional activities that you may want to do. There's transport to get from point A to point B. So think this through, and also do your research about the country and the city and the university that you want to study at, simply because those costs, they differ quite a lot. whether you're studying in, I don't know, New York or in rural Virginia, right? Or if you're studying in Paris or in some small town in Germany. So do your research on that and start with an assessment of the amount of money that you will need, and to also see whether you will actually need a full scholarship to study at a certain university, or if you would be okay with a partial scholarship. And then that should inform the types of universities that you apply for. And then another important consideration is actually also whether or not you will be allowed and able to work during your studies. So if you want to study in a certain country, does you having a study visa permit you to work part-time, for example, have a student job or work as a waitress or a retail worker, whatever it might be, while you study there, which is also important because that might be a source of income if you can't get a full scholarship. And will you actually have the capacity to work while you study? Are you someone who can multitask and juggle many different things? Or are you going to have to focus fully on your studies, and is work actually not an option for you? So also something to consider. And obviously, as a last resort, would you or your parents be willing and able to apply for something like a student loan? Are there special student loans in your country that you can access? Are there relatives that might support? Can you fundraise? Just in case you don't manage to get a full scholarship and you have to somehow supplement your partial funding. Okay, then, as I said, there are also quite a lot of differences between master scholarships and PhD scholarships. So looking at master scholarships, obviously, what is it? It's either full funding or partial funding for a master's degree. And in terms of the duration, it's usually awarded for either 1 year or 2 years. It depends on how long the master's degree is in the country where you're planning to study. I know a lot of UK masters are just 1 year. If you're looking at a lot of continental European countries, Germany, Netherlands, I think as well, then a lot of master's degrees are 2 years in duration. And most of the scholarships in those countries are then adjusted or are offered depending on how long a master's degree normally takes. In terms of who funds them, and this is important because, as we'll see later, if you know who funds these scholarships, you also know where to look for them. So a lot of master's scholarships are either funded or advertised through universities, but there are also quite a lot of foundations that offer master's funding. In some countries and in some cases, there are government schemes for scholarships. Again, Germany, Netherlands, a lot of Eastern European countries also. Some in the States, so a lot of countries do have that also for foreign students. And then not so many, but some are funded by companies or also by nonprofit organizations. So there's quite a lot of different types of funders out there at master's level. And eligibility, we'll chat about that in more detail later. But just to briefly mention this with regards to master scholarships. So the two main criteria that funders look at, especially at master's level, are your academic performance, so merit, and your financial needs. So in most cases, you will have to prove that you did especially well in your undergraduate studies. And in some cases, in many cases, you will also have to prove that either you or your parents have very limited income. In some scholarship programs, there's also restrictions that they only fund degrees in very specific subjects, or some scholarship programs also fund particular demographic groups or nationalities. So for example, there's scholarships that specifically fund women or ethnic minorities or people with disabilities. And then with a lot of scholarships, there are, restrictions with regard to your nationality. And we'll chat about that later, but it's very important for you to read through the eligibility criteria and make sure that your nationality and your country is actually covered, because quite often scholarships are very specific. Then in terms of studying abroad, because that's always a question, so are there a lot of scholarships for international students in that field or at that level? Luckily, at master's level, there are a lot more scholarships for international students than at undergraduate level. So that's good news for you, because I know lots of you want to study abroad. And what I'd like to encourage you to do is to also not just think of English-speaking countries when you look at the universities where you want to apply, but also at English-taught courses in countries where English is perhaps not the main language, simply because a lot of those countries have a lot more scholarships than in English-speaking countries, and also generally the cost of living and the tuition fees in European countries, in Asian countries, tend to be a lot lower than in your US, UK, Australia, Canada. So it is worth expanding your geographic horizon a little bit, because there are a lot of excellent universities in non-English speaking countries where you can nevertheless study in English. And in terms of the application process, that's not so relevant for you right now, but to keep in mind that some scholarships do require you to have an offer to study or an admission letter from your university, but some of them don't. So that's also just something to watch out for when you read the eligibility criteria and application process. Just check if you have to submit an admission letter with your scholarship application, or if you can apply for the scholarship and then later supply proof of admission. And in some cases, if a scholarship is offered through the university, then often there isn't even a separate application process. So then quite often when you fill in your university application, you just need to tick a box, or you need to fill in a little extra section if you want to apply for financial aid, and then you're automatically considered. That's quite nice, but also just keep in mind it's not always like that, and quite often it's a separate process. Okay, these are just a few examples of master scholarship programs that run on an annual basis. I'll share the slides with you later, so you don't have to write them down or screenshot them now. But yeah, those are all scholarship programs that typically run on an annual basis. So those are good places to start in terms of fully funded scholarships as well. And some of them cover studies in different countries. Some of them are country specific. So this is just for you to maybe take a look at later after the webinar when you start doing your own scholarship research. Okay, now let's chat a little bit about PhD scholarships. In some countries, they're also called studentships, especially in the UK. You'll often see studentships advertised for PhD students. It's essentially the same thing, different terminology. Sometimes they're also called fellowships. So what is it? Again, it's obviously either full funding or partial funding for your doctoral studies. And what's different compared to master studies and master scholarships is that quite often PhD funding is combined with part-time work at the university or the research institution. So quite often that means that it's not so much a scholarship, it's actually more of a salary. And it does require you to work in your institute or at your university, which can be nice if you're someone who wants to also gain work experience and get more into that academic work environment. At the same time, it can also mean that unless the work you're doing is very closely aligned with your PhD research, that you might be spending less time on your research and more on things like teaching or other kinds of research. But that's how it is in many countries. And normally PhD funding is awarded for about 3 to 4 years. Again, I mean, that's kind of the average ideal case scenario, full-time PhD student duration. I mean, I'm currently doing a PhD. I'm in my 5th year, but that's also because I'm doing academics and all sorts of other things on the side, which is also why my own scholarship is now running out. So if you get a scholarship, try not to do too many things on the side, unless it's worth it, which academics is. So sometimes there's the option to extend, but generally PhD funding is for 3 to 4 years. And the nice thing is kind of the higher up on the academic ladder you climb, the more generous the scholarships and the funding tend to get. So a lot of the PhD scholarships, studentships, whatever you want to call it, are fully funded. So they will cover your tuition fees, and there is typically a living allowance, which you can then use for accommodation or whatever it might be. And then quite often you also have access to additional funding for conferences or for field work, because obviously your PhD includes quite a bit more research work. Then who funds PhD scholarships? Quite a lot of funding at that level is channeled directly through universities, not always through the university as a big entity, but quite often there is a lot of funding in individual departments or in individual research institutions within the university, simply because quite often a department or a research group will apply for a grant. They get the grant, and then that grant includes funding for 2 postdocs and 3 PhD students, and then this particular department or research group will have funding. So this is not always channeled directly through the university as such, and a lot of funding is actually quite hidden within the different structures of a university, which means that you as a PhD student also have to do a little bit of digging and asking around and reaching out to people. But there are a few programs outside of universities. So some of the foundations that I've mentioned, they do fund PhDs. Some governments also have PhD funding programs. So it's not all restricted to universities, but I would say generally for PhD, your university will be your starting point when you look for funding. Then eligibility. So with masters, as I said, quite a lot of master scholarships are restricted to applicants from certain nationalities. Now with PhD, it tends to be a bit more open. There are programs that are only available to certain nationalities or to students from sub-Saharan Africa or from low-income countries. But generally speaking, it's a lot more open. So a lot of the positions don't come with a certain nationality requirement attached. And it's a lot more up to the supervisor or the research group leader or project leader in many cases, who they want to award the funding to. So in a way, it's a bit more flexible. Generally, what they obviously look at is also your research experience, your research proposal, your research topic. Does that align with the institute or with the group? And generally, the more research experience you have, the more likely you are to get funding in that field. And yeah, study abroad. Yeah, most PhD positions are really available to people from anywhere in the world. So as I said earlier, the higher up you climb, the more funding is available and the more open the funding gets. And there is funding for different types of PhD degrees, and that's maybe also something to mention, because depending on the country and depending on the university, you might have PhD programs that are coursework based. So there's quite a strong coursework element, meaning that you'll be taking courses for a year or 2, and only then do you jump into your research. If I remember correctly, a lot of US universities have that approach. Or in other countries, you will have a purely research-based PhD degree. So in South Africa, at my university, it's you and your supervisor, and you can go to seminars if you want, but there's no coursework, there's nothing compulsory. It's really close to 100% research. So when you look for PhD programs and positions, that's also just something to keep in mind in terms of the structure of the program and what it will require. And yeah, application. So this is also a little bit different from most master scholarships, is that, yeah, as I said earlier, so a lot of funding is available within a department or a project or a research group. So the application process is often not channeled so much through the university itself or through a central institution. But quite often, once you've been accepted as a PhD student or into a program, you can then start asking around, approach your supervisor. And if they're a nice supervisor, then they will try their best to help you out in terms of funding. Quite often, they have access to funding sources that are not advertised openly with the university. And also with PhD funding, it's a lot more flexible generally. So quite often, there isn't a fixed application deadline. Applications might be accepted on a rolling basis throughout the year, or sometimes there might just be a call for a very specific scholarship that's offered as a once-off, right? And yeah, usually the application process is a bit more extensive, and almost always will you need to have a proposal, or at least a draft proposal of your research ready. They might require a writing sample, usually a letter of motivation. So it is generally a lot more extensive than at master's level, but then again, it is also more generous at PhD level. Okay, so that's just a very high level overview. And those are a few examples of PhD scholarships that you can or may want to look at. Again, those are just a few, and I've tried to pick the ones that offer programs, excuse me, on an annual basis. So those are not the once-off ones, but actually programs that offer scholarships pretty much every year. Okay, so we've covered the different types of scholarships, or at least the ones that I think will be relevant to you. Now, the big question is always, where do we find them, right? Where do I even start looking? And I know it can be very overwhelming. I mean, back then, I kind of just started Googling scholarships to do a PhD in South Africa, and lots of things came up, and a lot of them weren't very useful. So I know it can be a little bit overwhelming and a little bit discouraging at the beginning. So that's why we've put together a little guide for you, like how and where to even get started, and also to make sure that you find reliable information. And yeah, and that's why I earlier mentioned the institutions that typically fund scholarships, because that is your starting point when you look for funding, right? If you know who funds something, then you can start with those types of organizations. So firstly, and this is always your first point of call, is the university where you want to study, or even specific departments within that university, or a specific research institution at that university. So it's really worth digging through the university website, finding out the different institutes. If you're looking at UK universities, you know they're organized by colleges. So each college might have its own funding and its own website. So it's really worth checking those out. And then, of course, there's scholarship foundations like the MasterCard Foundation, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, there's the Fulbright Scholarship. Okay, that's a government program, but there are quite a few foundations, both corporate and private or non-profit. And then again, government. As I said earlier, a lot of governments have programs both for their own citizens who want to study in their country, but also for international students. And I'll show you some of those governments or government agencies later. Most European countries have a government agency that's responsible for international students, and where you can find a scholarship database, and you can basically just browse there and see what you can find. And then, of course, companies, nonprofits, other organizations. And here, and this is where Africademics also comes in, scholarship platforms and newsletters. We'll talk about the pros and cons of each of these just now. And then there's also social media messenger groups. So that's a little bit more of an informal space, but also very useful if you know how to navigate it. And your personal networks, guys. And do not underestimate this. Every single person that you've met throughout your studies, be it your peers, be it tutors that you've worked with, be it professors, be it lecturers, anyone could be a potential source of scholarship information. So the more you work your existing personal networks, the higher your chances of finding something. So as much as there's a lot of information out there in the formal spaces, it's quite often those personal networks that really help you find something. So don't underestimate that. Okay, now when we look at universities and colleges as a source of scholarship information, they mainly advertise all different types, right? So you will find full scholarships there. They do offer partial ones. Like I said earlier, a lot of those scholarships will be tuition fees only, simply because for a university, that's an easy thing to do, right? It doesn't require them to get extra funding. They just enroll a student without getting fees for them. So I mean, it's a much simpler form of scholarship for a university to offer. And what a university also normally advertises are study abroad opportunities. So once you're a student at that university, if they're on the ball, if they have a good international office, they will also advertise study abroad opportunities for you. So doing a semester abroad during your studies or going to a conference. So that's also why I always say, like, your scholarship search, it doesn't stop once you've made it into the university, but while you're there, make use of the opportunities that are offered there to existing students. And yeah, so your first port of call, so to speak, would be the international office or the postgraduate funding office or the student affairs department. Yeah, I mean, they call it differently at different universities, but there is normally a central office that assists students from other countries that need funding. And then, as I said earlier, individual departments and schools. So if you don't see any information on the big university website, it's really worth reaching out to those individual departments and schools, because there might be low-level funding opportunities for you there. Okay. Yeah, and then, I mean, it's a bit of a no-brainer, but I thought I'd put it there. So the university website is really your first place where you start. There's usually always a fees and funding section where you find the scary stuff, which is how much you have to pay. But then normally you also find the good stuff, as in, what does the university know about available scholarship programs? Keep in mind, the university doesn't know everything, and the university will only list programs that they collaborate with, and there might be foundations and other institutions out there that don't work directly with the university, but that fund students regardless of where they study. So if you don't find something on the website or through the university, it's not the end of the journey. It just means that one particular source of information doesn't work for you. And yeah, as I said, guys, also check individual degree program websites, because all of those will have sub pages. And yes, it's a bit of detective work, but in the end, that's how we find information. And yeah, try and get the contact details of individual staff members in the postgraduate funding office, or write to professors that you are likely to work with and potential supervisors, and ask them about funding opportunities. Obviously, be polite and do it in the correct way. I mean, we can't cover this here, but also, I mean, you have to be strategic and diplomatic about that, and not just send a cold email asking someone for funding, because that will probably not be successful. But yeah, individuals are a great source of information, and not just a website. I think that's the point that I'm trying to get across. And yeah, especially at PhD level, guys, those funding opportunities are often not published. Quite often a professor or a research group will sit on funding, and then when the right candidate comes along, it gets allocated. So don't be discouraged if you don't see anything advertised, but don't hesitate to ask and to make your own inquiries. And yeah, guys, like, again, it doesn't have to be a scholarship, right? If it's a research assistant position that comes with a tuition fee waiver, then that might be enough. And then you get work experience at the same time. So also be a little bit flexible and open-minded to different funding scenarios, because it doesn't have to be a scholarship. There are other options to finance your degree as well. Okay, so in addition to universities, we also have research institutions. They are a little bit different because they can be independent. They might not necessarily be a university, but even if you study at a university, you might get funding from a research institution that's affiliated with that university, or even that's independent, obviously, assuming that you conduct research in a particular field. With these institutions, because they are research institutions, they fund mostly at PhD and post-PhD level. But for those of you looking in that field, I think that might still be quite useful. And then, what do we have here? Yeah, so with those research institutions, quite often they don't have annual programs as such. So quite often they get funding for a specific project that might be once off. And then at a random time in the year, there might be a call for PhD students or for researchers. So that's why it's always important, guys, to keep your eyes open at all times, right? Don't just look for scholarships today or this week, because a lot of funding becomes available at very random times of the year or at very irregular intervals. So it does really pay off to keep your mind and your eyes open at all times. There are a few ongoing and annual programs as well. But yeah, guys, and research institutions are also quite a nice stepping stone if you are planning to pursue a career in that field and gain work experience outside of your university. Because some research institutions, they might be private, they might be linked very closely to the private sector, which can be interesting if you're planning to go into consulting, for example, or even if you're planning to go into government or into a think tank. Not everybody wants to work in academia. So depending on what your interests are, but it might also be nice to explore funding sources outside of the university if you want to diversify a little bit. Okay, then we have government as a source of funding. Now, as I mentioned earlier, governments normally distinguish between giving funding to their own citizens versus giving funding to foreigners or for international students. And at undergraduate level, most governments only fund their own citizens. And then the higher up you go, the more funding also tends to be allocated for internationals, because for a government to get qualified academics or researchers from abroad makes more sense than funding undergraduates who just come and complete their studies and then they go back home, right? Now, if we look at governments funding students locally, so if you are looking at studying in your own country, I know a lot of you are looking to study abroad, but then at the same time, it might be important to just consider that. So some governments offer funding at national level, but in some cases, there's even provincial governments or local governments. Like here in South Africa, even municipalities sometimes have scholarship schemes. And I know in South Africa, we're quite lucky because there is relatively quite an abundance of funding, not so much for international students, but for South Africans, there's quite a lot. I know it's not like that in many other countries, but if you are in South Africa, it's definitely worth checking out your provincial, your local government, your municipalities for scholarships and bursaries. Then I mentioned this earlier. So if a country decides to fund international students coming to their country, they often do that through the embassies. So if you are in Kenya, then the United States Embassy or the German Embassy or the French Embassy in your country is a good place to start inquiring about scholarships, because they normally administer them and they quite often process the applications. So I know the US embassies, they always process the Fulbright scholarship applications. And then the French embassies, they process the applications for the programs that they fund. So checking your local embassies websites, also a very good idea. Sometimes they have newsletters, quite often social media, and we'll chat about that in more detail, but social media, great source of information, especially for those bigger institutions. And what's also nice is that on those websites, you will find a lot of extra resources. They often publish alumni testimonials and those kinds of things, especially for the long-standing programs. So you can also get application tips there. So that's quite a good place to check out. Then foundations and organizations. Yeah, they overlap a little bit with the other categories, simply because some foundations and organizations advertise their scholarships through universities. So what you will sometimes find on a university website is that university says, we offer this what foundation scholarship, and they administer the application process and everything. It's just actually funded through someone else. For you, it doesn't make a difference. But in terms of foundations and organizations, there are also those government agencies. that can be linked to an embassy, but that can also be separate entities. So for Germany, it's the German Academic Exchange Service, DAAD. For Netherlands, it's NAFIC. They have different agencies in different countries. For France, it's Campus France. They do have offices in a lot of different countries. And then for things like the Fulbright Scholarship, there's the Fulbright Commission. So check out the websites of those institutions. These other ones, that's not so relevant at the moment. Maybe also just to mention companies. So in some countries, again, I can mention South Africa as an example, but also a lot of Western, Northern European countries, companies do fund bursaries. It's mostly in the technical field, so I know that's not so much where you guys are based, but in some cases, humanities business is also funded. I think some consultancies fund, some think tanks have scholarships. So it is worth checking out the private sector as well for fundings and NGOs. Generally it's quite a diverse set of funders in this category. And I just want to mention this again, a lot of funding opportunities are not necessarily annual recurring programs, but quite often there are funding opportunities that are just once off. There's one project or there's a new organization, and they're quite easy to miss if you don't constantly keep an eye on the scholarship landscape. So that's why I always encourage everyone to make the scholarship search an ongoing process. To, every week you allocate an hour or two to your scholarship search. You subscribe to the relevant newsletters. You keep an eye on what's happening, just to make sure that you don't miss those once-off funding opportunities. And then we have scholarship platforms. That is where, as I said, Africademics comes into play. And I mean, we're not the only ones doing this, right? There are lots of other organizations that do similar things, that share information, and that just try and make existing programs more available for people. So, and the nice thing is that we gather information from everywhere, from different countries, from different universities. So you have a one-stop shop for scholarship information, basically. And most of these organizations, like we do, have a website. There's a searchable database for scholarships, and we're very active on social media. We have newsletters. So it's easy for you to keep track of a lot of different opportunities through these platforms. And then like we do, some of these organizations have a lot of additional information, application advice, support materials, webinars, and so on. The pros or the plus side, as I said, of scholarship platforms is really that they have a very wide range of opportunities. So you'll find all the different fields of study. You will find all the different levels of study from different sources. They're usually updated very regularly. And in most cases, there will be a newsletter you can subscribe to, or you have a scholarship alert that alerts you when there's new opportunities. So it's very useful to work through scholarship platforms. Now, one of the cons or the negatives that I found, not with Africademics because I insist on that, but a lot of the other platforms, they fund themselves through ads. So a lot of the pages are quite filled with ads and with pop-ups, and especially if you access it on your mobile phone, sometimes you don't know if you're clicking on a scholarship or an ad. And that's something that I personally don't like, even though I understand that you need to somehow finance your page or whatever it might be. In some cases, and some organizations tend to share opportunities quite late. We always try and publish our opportunities at least a week or two before the deadline. Sometimes with some of the newsletters I get, there are opportunities in there that are already expired, which are obviously then not very useful. And you don't always know how reliable the information is, because everything that you get through one of these platforms is obviously taken from somewhere else. So you can't always be sure that you have the most up-to-date version. But these are very, very good places for you to start, just to find opportunities. So of course, there's Africademics. We share scholarships on Facebook every day. We have WhatsApp groups that you can join. And we have a weekly newsletter where we share scholarships. So that's completely free and very useful. This is another organization. They also have a lot of opportunities. They have a database, opportunities for Africans. They have a very good newsletter, not always completely up to date, but lots of good opportunities. After School Africa as well. Scholars for Deaf, bursaries. Okay, this is a South African page, but very useful as well. And scholarship positions, that's more for US, UK, Australia, very Anglophone. So if that's where you're looking for funding, that might be something for you. So those are some of the main platforms. So I would just suggest that you guys go and subscribe to all of those and get the updates and make sure that you know what's happening in the scholarship space. Okay, then social media and messenger groups. So that is quite a big space. We are very active there. We use social media and messenger to distribute scholarship info. And obviously, so do all the big scholarship foundations and lots of universities and institutions, but also individuals that are passionate about sharing scholarships. So you get official pages for universities, for example, but also a lot of informal groups and channels, which are run by all sorts of different organizations. Obviously, your typical social media platforms, WhatsApp, Telegram also is becoming more common. And like the nice thing about is that these are very easily accessible. You can share them easily. You can get information from your own network. So if you follow the right people and the right institutions, then they will share the updates with you. And you don't need as much data as you would if you spend hours and hours browsing websites. So there are lots of pros. On the other hand, like the social media and messenger space, it's very informal sometimes. So you can't always verify that you're really getting the complete information, and not all sources are reliable. And unfortunately, there are also a lot of scams out there in the scholarship space. And I did not know this when I started Africademics, but now the more I interact with people who are looking for scholarships, the more I realize and I hear stories about people just being scammed when looking for scholarships. So I did put together one warning slide for you guys, because unfortunately there are scholarship scams, there are scholarship scammers, and they love social media and messenger groups. We've had some people entering our groups even, and then sharing weird messages. And if you know what a scam looks like, you can spot it immediately. But if you don't, and if you're desperate for a scholarship, it's very easy to fall for them. So just in terms of how to spot a scholarship scam, one sign, this is not a dead giveaway, but if you're not getting an official link to something, like it's one of those shortened links like bit.ly or whatever. I mean, we also use that because sometimes you have a very long URL and you want to shorten it and you use one of these things. But what it does is it obscures the actual website that you are being directed to. So that can be something. And quite often these links will not lead to an actual website, but they lead to an online form where you are immediately asked to enter your details. So if that happens, then it's usually not a good sign. And guys, don't just enter your details on random forms that you are directed to unless you find that form on an official website, an official university or organization's website. And what they also do quite often is they promise you this big package of, you get a full scholarship, you get a visa, you get a work permit, you get permanent residence in that country, you get full insurance and this and that. And guys, this is not something in 99% of cases that comes with a scholarship. Like a scholarship cannot really be a way to a work permit or permanent residence. It's not how it works. Your degree can be a pathway to that, but none of the scholarships that I know come with a promise of a work permit or permanent residence or anything of that sort. So if you see all of these combined in one message, then it's probably a scam. And this is the other thing. If it sounds too good to be true, then chances are it really is. So it's really important that if you come across something on a group, or if somebody sends something to you, do your own research on Google and find out, is this scholarship really offered by a university? Who is this person that is messaging me? Has, you know, somebody come across them? And if you are unsure, then you can always contact the university or institution. So if somebody is promising you funding for a specific course for a university, find that university online and email their funding department and ask them if that is legit. And yeah, and this is the main thing, guys. If you have to pay for it, if anybody asks you to pay a fee for a scholarship or an application, then it's definitely a scam. So no legitimate scholarship will ever ask you to pay to apply for it. So if there's any fees involved in applying for a supposed scholarship, then it is probably a scam. So very important, please keep that in mind. Okay, sorry, just had to drink a sip of my tea here. Yeah, so how to find scholarships. I won't go on for too much longer, but yeah, just a few last slides. So one a bit labor-intensive strategy is to really visit all the websites of those institutions that we've just covered and just to regularly check if there are any updates. The more convenient way is to really subscribe to all the newsletters. You can even, if you don't want your inbox spammed with all the newsletters, just create a separate email address and use that to subscribe to all the scholarship newsletters and university newsletters that you can find. And then once a week, you sit down and you check that inbox and you go through everything. So let the opportunities come to you guys. And same with the platform updates. Yeah, check relevant social media accounts as well. Like I said, I know Facebook is becoming a bit outdated, but a lot of institutions still use it a lot. So you can find quite a bit of info there. There are Facebook groups, even though, once again, some of them are dodgy. I can't really vouch for any of them. But yeah, guys, join them, check the new content regularly, and I really advise you to set aside a specific time slot every week that you dedicate to your scholarship search. And yeah, I said this earlier, activate your personal networks. Think about all those people that you've come in touch with over the years at your university, or if you've worked before. I mean, anyone in that space, anyone who has ever studied, who has done a master's or a PhD might have information for you. So literally sit down, go through your phone or through your email address book, and you will be surprised at how many people are in there that could potentially help you with your scholarship search. Okay, guys, and this, like, if you're taking away one thing from today's webinar, then I want you to take this away. Guys, the only way to really have a structured and successful approach to the scholarship search is to track and record all the information you find. It's not possible for the human brain, unless you are a genius, to keep track and remember all the details about all those different scholarships that you will come across. So set up a spreadsheet where you also maybe track the universities and the courses that you want to apply for, and then have a spreadsheet for your scholarship. And I can even send you a template, but it's really, you know, name of scholarship, how much does it cover, what are the application criteria, what's the annual application deadline, does it cover any university or specific universities, what documents are needed to apply for it. And then you have a column where you track your own progress, where you say, okay, I have now collected all the information. Okay, I have now submitted my application, whatever it might be. And as with that dedicated time slot for your scholarship search, you also use that to just update and record and track everything in there, because otherwise you'll be confused, you'll miss deadlines, and that's not what you want. So be strategic. I know not everybody loves spreadsheets. I do love them because they're also useful if you just use them properly. So please take this as a takeaway and be methodical and strategic in your scholarship search and an application process as well. And then this is another one, guys, big takeaway. So the biggest mistake that I see people make is that they start looking for funding after they've been admitted to their university or their course. So every year when universities send out their admission letters, I get lots of emails from people that say, I've been admitted, I'm about to start my course in a month or two, but I don't have funding. And at that point, it is most likely too late to actually apply for a scholarship. So, and you guys are doing the right thing because you're here today. So you know that you have to look for a scholarship either before you apply for admission or while you're busy applying for university admission. It really goes hand in hand, because it's also important for you to know where to put your time into and your energy, right? So if you apply for a university and you already know that there is no funding whatsoever available, then perhaps you should use the time you would have used to apply to that university to find other universities that are similar and where there is funding available. So the funding and the university applications, they must go hand in hand. They must inform each other. And also, guys, once again, like be flexible regarding the country, the university, even the course that you want to apply for, obviously within reason. I mean, there's no reason why you shouldn't reach for the stars and apply to study at Harvard if that's what you want. But just make sure you have backups and be flexible with those. A good degree from a university in a country that is not the US might be more useful in the end if you walk away with no student debt and a good degree in your hand, right? So be flexible. And as I said earlier, make the scholarship search an ongoing project. Don't just look now and say, oh no, but there's nothing for me. Opportunities come up all the time, and you'll see that once you start subscribing to all the newsletters. And yeah, guys, be methodical. I've said that already. So use that spreadsheet to track the application deadlines, track your progress towards them, and yeah, and don't leave the applications until the last minute. That's, I think, another important piece of advice. Okay, I just very briefly want to touch on eligibility criteria, and then I'll stop and hand over to my colleagues. But this is important because it also helps you determine whether or not you should even bother applying for a specific scholarship. So eligibility criteria, what does it mean? It's the framework that basically determines who can and should apply for a scholarship, and it is what the application selection committee considers when they go through all the application. So I've already mentioned a few criteria earlier. So a lot of scholarships are, for example, only open to people of a certain age or of a certain nationality, gender. They might tie it to academic performance, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of hard and soft skills, basically, that are looked at. And yeah, why this is important is that, I mean, applying for a scholarship, it's quite a bit of work. Preparing the documents, writing your motivation letter, and you don't want to waste that time on something that you're not actually eligible for. And that's another thing that I see very often, where people tell me, no, but I've been applying for scholarships left, right, and center. And then you ask them which scholarships they've been applying for, and then you look at the criteria and you see, okay, but you're applying for opportunities that you're too old for, or that you have the wrong nationality for. And if you do that, your application gets dismissed before anybody even looks at it, right? So if you don't meet the basic criteria, don't bother applying for it, and rather use that time to apply for something that you actually are eligible for. And so the main distinction we have when it comes to those criteria is hard and soft criteria. So it's, as I said earlier, it's good to be ambitious, but it's also important to be realistic. And this is the one that I was looking at. So some eligibility criteria are really non-negotiables. Those are your hard eligibility criteria. And those are the ones that you have to identify immediately when you read through a scholarship description. And if you don't meet them, don't bother applying for them. But there are other criteria that might be listed, but those are not knockout criteria. So even if you don't meet them or you don't fully meet them, you can still apply for that scholarship. There is still a chance that you might get it. So those are the scholarships where you know, you don't have to dismiss them. You can apply for them. And even if you don't meet certain criteria 100%. So the big question here is really, how to distinguish between hard and soft eligibility criteria, right? And it's mostly in the wording already. So for hard criteria, it's usually worded in such a way that it says, okay, applicants must have, or applicants must be, or the program is only open to, or candidates without XYZ will not be considered. So if you read carefully, you can already spot those criteria. And quite often those relate to age, to nationality, to gender, or to a certain degree that you must have completed. And I'll show you some examples just now. And this is quite often just due to funding guidelines that were set by whoever funds the scholarship, and these can't just be changed. So even if the selection committee really likes your application, there's nothing that they can do. Those criteria are set. Then with the soft criteria, once again, you can mostly spot them in the wording. So it will say things like applicants should be from country XYZ, or a certain skill is desirable, or candidates with, I don't know, fluency in French will be given preference. So again, you can actually spot it if you read carefully. And typical examples of that are things like your financial situation, or how well exactly you have performed, your field of study, leadership qualities, and so on. So with those, there is flexibility. And I'll show you some examples now. So this is from the MasterCard Foundation Scholarship. And it reads that candidates must be 29 years old or under at the time they apply. That's very clear. They must be, right? Or for graduate master's degree, candidates must be 35-year-old or under at the time they apply. So if you're above 35 and you want to apply for that particular master's scholarship, don't bother. This is a hard criteria. It's not worth applying if you're over. Or then this one, this is from the Rhodes Scholarship for Kenya. You must be a citizen of Kenya. You must have also been resident in Kenya for at least 5 of the last 10 years. Very clear. There's no room for negotiation here. If you don't meet that, don't bother applying for it. Soft criteria. So this is again from the MasterCard Foundation Scholarship. So it says something like, to be considered for the program, students must be academically strong and they must have demonstrated a commitment to making a difference in the lives of others. Now, what does that mean? There's no definition here of what academically strong means. It can mean anything from having straight A's to having a B but being the best in your class, or just to be the best out of whichever pool of applicants they get this year, right? So, and same with this other part, like demonstrate a commitment to making a difference in the lives of others. I mean, that can be anything from founding and running your own NGO to tutoring a primary school student. I mean, it's very, very broad. So there's a lot of scope for you to argue and, to meet that criteria in one or other way. Or here, academic achievements and academic potential. I mean, what does that mean? That can be anything, right? And also things like language skills will be taken into consideration, but it doesn't mean that if you don't have language skills that you're not considered, right? So those are examples of soft criteria. So once again, be aware of those and don't get discouraged if you don't meet any of these criteria. Those are not hard criteria. You can still apply. And also, remember that with those soft criteria, whether or not you're now the highest scoring person in a particular field, it always depends on who else is applying that year. And that's not something that you know. So don't decide not to apply just because you think someone else might be better. You might just be the top one in that particular category, right? And again, it's possible to also compensate or to explain why you don't meet a certain requirement. And that's what your letter of motivation is for. That's why in many cases you can submit additional documentation to motivate why maybe you don't meet this perfectly, but it's enough, right? So it takes a bit of judgment and creativity, but it is something that can be navigated. And and just another few tips on this topic of soft eligibility criteria, guys. remember that just because you meet a certain criteria now, it doesn't mean that you can't do anything about it. So if you see that a certain skill is advantageous for your scholarship application, then why don't you take a free online course and get a certificate for that and have something to show that you have taken, at least an effort in that field. Or if a scholarship is for a very specific field of study, and maybe what you are studying is not quite that, but it's very closely related to it, then in your motivation letter, for example, you can explain that, okay, maybe my degree doesn't say graduated in this particular field of study, but I've taken lots of classes in that field, and I just have a massive interest, and I did a research project on that. So you can motivate. Then sometimes there's a work experience requirement. So, okay, maybe you haven't worked, maybe you haven't had a job, but you can still do an internship, or you can at least get volunteer experience in the next few weeks and months to boost your CV and to boost your scholarship application, right? And same with leadership skills. I mean, a lot of scholarships require that, or they ask for leadership skills without necessarily defining what it means. So this is also, again, it's up to you. You can go and launch a student project at your university, or you can just think back. I mean, maybe you were, I don't know, the head of your church choir. That is leadership skills. You may not think about it that way, but you've probably done a lot more leadership skills in your life than what you're even aware of. And quite often it helps to ask other people around you about these things, because sometimes we're not aware of, those kinds of experiences. So yeah, guys, use the time until the application deadline to boost your CV and to work on the areas where you can maybe improve. If you've never done any volunteer work in your life, it might be a good idea to do some now, because that is something a lot of scholarships look at. And don't be discouraged just because you don't meet every single soft criteria. I think that's quite important. And yeah, this is the last slide, and then I'll shut up. Just a quick reminder of how Africademics can support you, and we'll share all the links with you later. So like I said, we share daily scholarships it's mostly on Facebook, but we sometimes have things on Twitter as well, on Instagram, LinkedIn. There is a weekly scholarship news flash. I'll send you the link. You can sign up to that. So then every week on a Monday, you get a summary of all the latest scholarships that we are currently aware of. There is a searchable database on our website. It's not fully updated at the moment. So I'm just putting out a disclaimer. Just because it's been a lot of work to create it, and maintaining it is just as much work. So we are a little bit behind, but there are lots and lots of, there's hundreds of opportunities in there. And when you search our database, maybe don't search for scholarships with a specific date, but just look for recurring scholarships. And then even if the application date is not for this year, there's a good chance that we just haven't updated it yet. And you can still look at the program and go to the website and then find the current info. And this is also a very nice one. So we have a WhatsApp channel. You can just join one of our WhatsApp groups, and every day you get one scholarship posted on the group, and other news as well. There is our podcast. There's our massive online course. You can find the details on our website, but I think we'll maybe also just put a little handout together for all of you, and then the GAIN team can send that to you. And then we do have our ambassador program, and we can see if we can maybe support not all of you, because we don't have enough ambassadors, but maybe some of you through our ambassador program later. Okay, thank you for your attention.
So maybe I'll just introduce myself also before we can start this session. So my name is Frank Odiambo. I'm Kenyan. I'm actually in Kenya at the moment. But currently I'm a doctoral student at ETH Zurich in Switzerland, where I do my PhD. I'm now in my second year of the PhD. I'm an AMOSA co-founder of the GAIN initiative. Get excited to see the GAIN initiative grow this far. And we are really excited to have you join. About GAIN, GAIN is the Graduate Applications International Network. So GAIN supports prospective graduate students from all countries across Africa who are interested in applying to programs, both masters and PhD. And our goal essentially is to strengthen the pipeline of African students. So actually the background for starting GAIN, co-founded together with Professor Dina Pomeranz of the University of Zurich and Adina Rohn, is that because I worked for Innovations for Poverty Action in Kenya, and we were quite worried that most of the scholars who study like economic questions, even in Africa itself, were mostly researchers from the West, so either from Europe or the US or North America in general. While there's very few scholars from Africa who are actually like doing any sort of work in Africa. So this is kind of like the background for starting the GAIN initiative. And we have like several research organizations, including JPAL, IPA, et cetera, that already have like a great pipeline of African scholars or potential African scholars. So we thought about like starting this initiative to kind of like build the pipeline for African scholars who are interested in joining the economics profession. So that's kind of like the broad of why GAIN existed in the first place. And maybe just to speak a bit more about this. So of course, then why is GAIN important is that in spite of the fact that there's a very low pipeline of African scholars joining the economics profession, there's also actually like significant hurdles that African students face when trying to actually like get into the economics profession. And all of these hurdles range from application, so it could be like financial. Many students have no idea that they actually like have a very good profile to get into an economics master or PhD program. So the idea behind GAIN is to kind of smoothen this I would say like information asymmetries and also like financial constraints to allow more African students pursue these sort of programs in top programs across the globe. There are 4 different options that you could potentially apply to as a, and so these are the 4 different options that are available for you. The first one is the master's programs, which tend to be between 1 and 2 years long, depending on the program and also depending on the university of the school that you go to. And usually, of course, the master's program usually is not sufficient for an academic career. So if you want to get into teaching, if you want to become a professor, then of course a master's program is not sufficient for you to get to this. So you need to go beyond that to get in an academic career. So there's also sometimes defined focus. There are some master's programs that are specifically tailored for those who want to get to a PhD program. So it's kind of like a preparation master's program to kind of like prepare you as a student to then apply to a PhD programs. While there are those ones that are more terminal and they're more policy oriented. So this is for those who are looking to go no further than the master's programs. You're looking at something that's more policy oriented to finish your master's program and get into policy or practice. So, I mean, yeah, the master's programs kind of like, so you need to know that there's a different focus. So when you scope through the different programs that you're applying to, if you are looking for a terminal PhD, it's probably a bad idea to apply to the PhDs that are focused on preparing applicants to the PhD, because 1, you're unlikely to get accepted if you put in your statement of purpose that you are not thinking about an academic career, then they will almost certainly reject your application, and vice versa. I mean, if you mention to a program that's more policy oriented, that you're trying to do this and then go to do a PhD, then they're like, okay, maybe not, but I think it's more adverse if you're applying to a master's program that prepares you to be PhD, and then mention in your statement of purpose that you are thinking through like a policy-oriented program, like career afterwards, you're more likely, very strongly likely to be rejected. And like I said, sorry, most master's programs, an overwhelming proportion of them typically require you to have external funding or to get scholarships to support with the master's program. So if you're going to apply to master's programs, you really need to be aware that you will spend extra effort trying to scope for funding opportunities or for scholarship opportunities. And also the timing of them is quite important, so that you make sure that you put in your applications at a timeline that allows you then to apply for these scholarships. So for most of the master's programs, they're not funded. There are a few that are funded. But if you're going to apply to master's programs, you have to expect that for some part of it, you have to find external funding. And then they're also often required for PhD programs outside of the continent. So especially, like I mentioned, if you're applying as an African student, then many programs will actually require that you have a master's program before you apply to the PhD. The US specifically doesn't necessarily require you to have a master's degree before you apply to the PhD. But as an African student, also depending on the school that you went to and the sort of signal that it sends of the quality of that program, it's really difficult for you to apply without a master's degree to get admitted into a PhD degree. I mean, so this is also something that you probably need to think about. Then we'll have another option, which is called the pre-doc. This is also typically usually 1 to 2 years long. The pre-doc is a pre-doctoral program. So it's kind of like a program that you do before getting into a doctoral program. And Constantine is one person, for example, who's done a pre-doc or working with Dina Pomeranz the last few years. And usually the minimum eligibility requirement is a bachelor's degree. Many of professors hiring pre-docs usually require that you have prior coding experience, for example, in Stata or R or Python, but at least you need to have some coding experience. Many of the professors that hire actually give you a coding exercise to kind of gauge whether you're a right fit for a pre-doc position. And they're usually mostly based at universities or research institutions, and you get a salary or a stipend together with benefits. So usually when you're hired as a pre-doc at a university or a research institute, you essentially enjoy the benefits of being a salaried employee of the university or the research institute. And it's also a good opportunity to gain education training and mentoring because you tend to work with either an academic or a researcher. So you get the sort of experience working with a mentor who then prepares, also supports you in your application. Actually, many of pre-doc, I would say professors tend to also be letter writers for you when you're applying to programs. So it's also a potential thing that you can think about. It's more of working and less of studying, but the experience you get from working very closely and one-on-one with a professor sort of places you in a good place to then apply to a PhD program and really hopefully get successful at your applications. So then the third option, we have PhD programs at graduate schools. So this is what many people are probably aware about when you apply to a PhD program in a university. They tend to be 3 to 5 years long. Of course, it's the highest degree for academic or policy career. Lately, there's a lot of conversations about people finishing their PhDs and going to policy careers. That's usually an option. Of course, the PhD is mostly tailored for an academic career. So of course, if you have the PhD or if you apply to the PhD, then you are mostly thinking about going into an academic career. Many of them tend to be research oriented. So you will have to do some research and write several papers or a thesis or whatnot. Many of them are offered with funding. I would say an overwhelming proportion of these programs come with funding. We actually highly discourage applicants from applying to PhD programs that do not come with funding, because there are 3 to 5 years of you trying to earn an income and also studying is quite impractical for an African student going abroad. So we strongly encourage that you apply to PhD programs that come with funding. Luckily, most of the programs usually actually come with funding, so that's a good thing. The PhD is required to be a professor at most universities. That's already what I mentioned under the academic career. The PhD programs at graduate schools also tend to require this standardized application process where you'll have materials and they have a deadline where you have to submit your application. You have to fill in this form online from the programs, and they typically accept several students in one go rather than just one person. So if you think about applying to a program where they have a deadline and they're accepting several students, this is probably likely to be a PhD at a graduate school. And typically, you take coursework during the first 1 or 2 years of the program. So in the first 1 or 2 years, you are mostly taking classes and almost doing nothing else besides just taking classes and exams for your PhD. Then the latter 3 years, especially most of the coursework takes 2 years actually. Then the rest of the 3 years, you're working on your research that then informs the paper or the thesis that you write in the end. Then the fourth option is what we call the PhD at chairs. So I think this is mostly prevalent in the European setup for many European universities, where we have chairs hiring PhD students. Actually, my PhD itself is a PhD at a chair rather than the typical grad school PhD. So what's the difference to the other PhDs? That these applications tend to be all year round. Contrary to the PhD at grad school, you have to apply at a certain deadline, and the only other time you can apply is when they open the next cycle of applications, while PhDs at chairs tend to be more open. So there's no deadline specifically each year for you to apply, and applications usually are accepted all year long. So there is close cooperation that's expected with the professor and their research. In some cases, when you apply for PhDs at a chair, the chair already has a research, I would say, topic or agenda that they want you to pursue, either jointly with them or potentially independently. But then there's that expectation of a very close cooperation with the researcher or the professor working on their research and also supporting with some of the tasks that the chair might have of you to perform. So it's sometimes it's possible that the chair already has funding for the PhD with a specific topic in mind for you to work on, while sometimes there's also like an open, it's kind of like open what you want to work on. So for example, for my PhD, it was pretty open. I mean, we still had to agree with my advisor what I will work on for the PhD, but it was pretty open. I could have decided between like topic A and topic B, while in other cases, the chair already has a specific funding for a specific project, and they're looking for a PhD student to then pursue that research agenda to its end. In this case, you don't have a lot of flexibility, and you really have to work with the topic that, that the chair already has funding for. The professors hire individuals to work on their team. You tend to have a fixed salary. This is, I mean, also for the PhDs, you typically have a salary in any case. They typically have less coursework or structured programs. So there is no, unlike the standard PhD program at a grad school, you're not necessarily taking classes in the first in the first 1 to 2 years of your PhD. So there's typically less coursework. It's less structured. You decide what courses you want to take in the university or another university. While in the PhD at the grad school, there's usually already like a set of, these are required course modules that you have to take. You have to take a few additional ones, but there's also already like a standard set of modules that you have to take and also pass. Otherwise, you're not able to move on beyond the coursework. So in this case, for PhDs at chairs, practical experience can be more taken into account. So, of course, if you already have, since you're doing less of coursework and more of research, practical experience managing or doing research is actually pretty much appreciated if you want to apply to PhDs at the chairs. Okay, so that's the difference between the 4 grad school options that you can apply to as part of the GAIN initiative. And we'll have individual sessions talking through each one of these at their time. So next maybe we speak about the application components. So the first part, of course, is to prepare your application. This is standard for all applicants, whether you're applying to a master's program or a PhD program. The initial step is to decide the program selection. So what field you want to apply to? Is it economics? Is it political science? Is it health economics, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to decide the field that you're going to apply to. Is it public policy? Is it financial economics, et cetera? So this is what we mean by identifying the field. Then the next step is to identify whether you're applying to master's or PhD programs. So this is also something that you have to think about. You could decide to apply to some master's and some PhD programs. This is a strategy that I used myself But if you're more of like, okay, I'm going into master's programs, or I'm going specifically for PhD programs, that's also, I think, pretty welcome. And when you are selecting the schools or the programs that you apply to, you also have to think about the different types of schools that you could apply to. So there's the schools that we call safety schools. These are schools that ideally you feel quite strongly that you can get to them. So when you kind of compare your profile with the requirements and the sort of like applicants that they have accepted in the past, you feel very strongly that you have a very strong chance of getting into these programs. The target schools will be those ones that you're like, okay, aiming high to get to. So still, yes, you expect that you should be able to get into this program. And then there are those that are called rich schools. We encourage you to apply to some schools that maybe you think are a little bit beyond what you expect to get, because we also from experience know that many applicants underestimate their potential. So, I mean, don't rule out the possibility that you could get admitted to Harvard, Princeton, blah, 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 those schools that you think are beyond you. So we encourage that you balance between the safety schools that you're applying to, target schools, and rich schools. This way you improve the likelihood that you get admitted into at least one program. Yeah, so we also encourage people to apply to several programs rather than just one or two programs. So balancing between how many of the safety schools you'll apply to and how many of target schools versus how many of rich schools you'll apply to, kind of like leave it up to you, but just be aware that you shouldn't only apply to the Harvards and the Princetons, but you shouldn't also just apply to those you consider schools that you are relatively confident that you could get into, because you're likely also underestimating how great of a profile you have. Then the next phase is more of a, what we call a quantitative phase of your application. So here you have to think about standardized testing. What are the test requirements? Many universities or programs list the requirements for getting admitted into their programs. So you have to go through the websites and see what is required. Do they need a GRE? Do they need a language test? Do they need other tests? Then, of course, you have to like set your goals. What are the target scores you'd like to get for the GRE? What's the timing? When do you want to take this exam? And what are the testing dates that are available in your location? We ask you to think about these things early enough, because closer to the application deadline, many of the testing centers also get really full, and you might not be able to get a testing date, date if you try to book a date later on. So we ask you to think about these issues early on, potentially secure a testing date early in advance, so that you don't run into the situation where you are ready to take the test, but there's no testing venues available in your location. We also have like what we call a qualitative component of your application. So building your skills. So this involves the relationship building with researchers, professors. You might already start like writing to professors who work in areas or universities that you are keenly interested in joining, or work in areas or fields that you are quite interested in working in. You can also build your skills. So for example, if you don't have a lot of skills in like coding or these sort of skills that are important for getting you admitted, then you can already start working on those skills. And then you can also work on exposing yourself to research. So it might be like reaching out to professors and really asking them, do you have any sort of work that you'd like to do? More recently, we've, as part of the GAIN, we have been also like piloting the option to allow mentors support you to work on one or several of the then you also have to think about your personal statements. So here you're trying to tell your story beyond your CV. What are the gaps in your CV? And so you should explain this in your personal statements. Why is the school that you're applying to a good fit? This is not something that you put in your CV, but something that you put in your personal statement. Why are you applying to this particular program? And it's important for you to not have generic personal statements on why you're applying to a program. It shouldn't be one statement of purpose for all the schools that you apply to. The fabric of it could be already, I would say the skeleton of it might be something that you prepare, but you really have to adapt your personal statements depending on the school that you're applying to. Of course, you have to tell them why you think that you're a good fit for this school and why this school is a good fit for you as well. So what fields and research questions you're interested in, these are also the sort of things that you're putting in your personal statement. Sometimes you also mention which professors in those schools that you're applying to you'd be most interested in working with. It's important that you have read the work that's done by professors or rather the academics in the schools that you are applying to, because then it's easy for you to connect your personal story with the work that they are doing and say, oh, actually, I like the work that's done by this professor. It resonates a lot with what I want to do. I particularly like his paper on this. It's inspired me to start working on, or rather it's inspired my interest in this specific topic. So you have to think about these sort of things when writing your personal statements. And then the last thing is the recommendation letters. These are probably the most important part of your application. Getting really strong recommendation letters, I would say, is probably the most important of all the things that you'll have to worry about. So really think about securing the recommendation letter writers who are going to write your letters of recommendations, but also guide your recommenders on what exactly you are thinking about for that program so that they know what they need to stress on when they're writing to your programs. Because it's also typical that recommendation letter writers write different letters to different programs that you're applying to, depending on really what's most important for that program. So securing the people who will support you in writing good recommendation letters is quite important, because I can assure you that if you do not have if you have a bad recommendation letter or a recommendation letter that looks very generic, that's like one paragraph that doesn't say anything personal about you, then these are unlikely to get you admitted to the program. So you have to think about who's going to be the person that writes your recommendation letters, and their profile sometimes is also pretty important for getting you admitted into good programs. Then the second component is to secure funding, and this is mostly applicable to those who will apply to master's programs. Like I said, most of them do not come with funding. So you really have to identify scholarships, and we encourage you to have like an Excel sheet or a Google Doc where you track all scholarships for which you are eligible for. If you hear any funding or scholarship option, you want to list them in this Excel sheet, because believe me, you will forget where you saw it. So you add a list on your Google Doc, potentially a link to where you saw this, so that you have a long list of potential scholarships that you are thinking about. In this Google Doc or Excel sheet, you also want to include the deadlines, the materials that they need for the scholarship, and what are the maximum amount, because they also might guide which programs you apply to. Some programs are really, really expensive, while some are fairly affordable, the master's programs. Of course, then you have to prepare for your funding applications. Usually, scholarships also want you to have a separate statement of purpose, why exactly you think you are for the scholarship, what you're thinking about doing after concluding your studies. You need to prepare a budget narrative, and several scholarships also require that you identify references. So they expect that besides your application letters and all these skills, that you also get letters from references. They could be similar or different from your recommendation letter writers for your program application. Then the third stage, as you'd expect, is then to apply for the funding. Always remember the deadline. Get somebody to review your applications. Luckily, you will have like the mentors available to read your applications. But besides your mentors, it's really important to have another person read your application. I think it's all happened to us that you send an email, and almost as soon as you send the email, you realize that it had a typo, or there was an error in a sentence or a phrase. And these are the sort of things that get you rejected for not even for funding applications, but also for actual program applications. So you want to make sure that you have somebody that reviews your applications, to read them through, make sure that they're really well understood, and that the communication that you're trying to pass across is actually clear in the application materials. I would encourage people to apply for external funding as soon as possible. Some scholarships accept applications on rolling basis, which means, of course, then that the earlier you apply, the better. There are some that have a deadline, so they only review it afterwards. In any case, you want to apply earlier rather than later, just to avoid the pitfalls of like late deadlines. I also know another applicant who was applying to a scholarship program, and the website essentially like crashed a few hours to the deadline, but they did not extend the deadline. So you want to make sure that you're not applying very, very close to the deadline, and you're giving yourself sufficient time. We also encourage people to apply to programs with strong internal funding. So there are some programs that already have like a funding component on them. So either it might be like a full scholarship for the program or a partial scholarship for the program. We strongly encourage you to try and find these programs and to apply to these ones, rather than those that do not have any internal funding, which you have to rely on 100% external funding. So what does a sample application process timeline look like? So this is your application timeline. Like I said, it's very different depending on the program that you apply to, but for most programs, especially the standard applications, this is how the application process looks like. So between May and June, you are researching on the schools, the programs that you're applying to, the quality of the programs. You want to consider the acceptance rates. What's the mean GRE scores that these programs tend to accept. Luckily, many of the programs even have like an indication of what sort of GREs they are thinking about, or you might not find them on their website, but you might find them in other public forums where people share. You need to create a short list and set a GRE target score depending on the programs that you're applying to. And then you also need to work on solidifying your relationship with your principal investigators or the professors, or the people who will be writing your recommendation letter. So this is the period where you're trying to solidify your relationship with them, tell them that you are applying into programs, and you'd really appreciate if they write you letters of recommendation. If there's any specific work that you could do for your professor or for an academic that you work with, then this is the time to engage them and ask them, yeah, I would appreciate if you assign me tasks that will help in it will help you in writing a letter. So this is the time you want to engage with them, make them aware that you are interested in applying, and ask them to assign you tasks that are quite strongly related with the sort of program that you are applying to. Between June and August, you are preparing for the GRE. It is a lot of work to prepare for the GRE. Many people leave the preparation to like the last 2 weeks of the exam. We'd encourage you to prepare for at least 3 months and have a minimum of 3 hours a day preparing for the GRE. Believe me, it might appear simple, but it's really important that you factor in enough time to prepare for the GRE. If you leave it late on, you are less likely to get a good score. We also encourage you to run like bi-weekly practice tests. There's several platforms. We will provide access to some of them where you can take practice tests. The GRE website itself offers you the possibility to take a few practice tests. If I remember correctly, it should be like 2 or 3. So it's 1 ungraded test and 2 graded tests. So I think 3 tests that you could take from the GRE website itself. But there's also several other platforms that offer mock GRE tests or even materials that have some of these tests. We encourage you that besides just revising for the GRE, you also take this test to kind of gauge where you are at with every fortnight, I would say. So in August, you probably want to take your GRE and measure the score against your target. So luckily, when you take the GRE, you get an instant score, especially on the quant and the qualitative ones, and those are probably the most important ones. Once you come out of the test, you already know what you have scored, and it's already a good measure of whether you have achieved the target that you wanted. But the importance of taking the GRE test early on in August, for example, is that in case you don't like the test results, and you need to retake the GRE exam, because you can retake the GRE exam, then you have enough time to retake the exam. There is a limit, so once you take a GRE exam, you can only take another one at least 3 weeks after the test that you have taken. So you want to make sure that you have sufficient time between when you have taken your first test and the second test. So taking it early on is really important, because then you also allocate yourself an additional month to study to try and improve your test score. At this point, you also want to confirm your letter writers that they are happy to support with writing new letters of recommendation. So in August, you really should be pretty much decided on who are going to write your letters of references. Between September and October, you're already iterating your personal statement with your friends, professors, and mentors. So sending it along, getting comments, implementing them. You want to prepare a guide for each writer, also for the programs that you're applying to. So some programs want you to kind of like stress on different areas. You want to have a guide for each letter writer. I also encourage you to, as part of the guide, list to your letter writer all the schools or the programs that you'd like to apply to. We encourage you to apply to at least 10 programs, potentially more. So, of course, this is a lot of work for the recommendation letter writer. So you want to prepare them ahead of time, that this is how much of letters they have to write. So sending them a guide with the different programs that you're interested in applying to is quite important, so that they also anticipate. Also potentially with the deadline for each of the programs that you're applying to, so that they can already also set reminders or set on their calendars when they want to write you letters, depending on the deadline for those letters. And you have to make sure that you give them sufficient notice. I would say at least a couple of months, if possible. You do not want to ask your letter writer, oh, I'm applying to this program. The deadline for recommendation letter writers is next week. This is a bad sign that you're not prepared for that application itself. In September, you also potentially want to take the English language test if it is needed. Some programs will require you to have an English language test depending on your country and the primary language that's spoken there. Some will not, so you want to make sure that first you're aware whether this test is required for the programs that you're applying to, and you want to make sure that you take them between September and October. In November, you share your guide with your letter writers and follow up with them. Many deadlines are in November and December, by the way. So in this case, you're already checking with your letter writers whether they are on track with writing your letters. You're gathering all remaining documents. So sometimes the programs will require you to have certified copies of your transcripts and your certificates themselves. So you want to make sure that you are gathering all of these documents in anticipation for the deadline, which is why having this checklist of what is required by each program is quite important. November, of course, is then typically your last chance to take the GRE, because the deadline is looming, and anything else beyond that is already very risky. Like I mentioned, most application deadlines are in December, so you want to make sure that by December you've already submitted all of your applications. Some might spill over to January, but most, if not, most of the applications deadlines are in December. Some programs also have different deadlines. So they have a deadline. Now, this is mostly for master's programs, so you need to be aware about this. And also for some PhD programs, they will have a fast deadline for those who are interested in getting scholarship options. So when you're looking at the deadlines, don't just try to find the last deadline. Especially if you are interested in getting scholarship offers, then you really have to look out for what is the deadline for those people who are applying to get a scholarship program. If you apply beyond this deadline, you could still get admitted to the program, but you will certainly not get any scholarship or funding. So please be wary of this and take note of it when applying. So you might find several application deadlines, but usually the early deadline is for those who are interested in getting scholarship options. They also typically have early application deadlines for students who are not natives of the countries. Those who require to get, for example, like visas and whatnot. You also need to be worried about these sort of deadlines, because then beyond this deadline, it's not possible for the university to process your visa application materials for you to then get a visa to arrive at the country and all that. So these are the sort of things that you need to think about when applying and also when looking at the deadlines. Find the deadline that's appropriate for you, depending on whether you want to get scholarship options, and also be worried about deadlines for international applicants, I would say. So what are the keys to a successful application? So build strong relationships with the principal investigators and professors. Like I mentioned, I really am strongly convinced, and also out of experience, letter writers are potentially the most important component of your application. If you have a very strong letter from your professor, then this is already probably like 50% of the way, and all the other documents are really like supporting documentation. So I would say build a strong relationship with the PIs, get them to give you tasks, really try to get them to write you a good recommendation letters. But I think, I hope that this is also like obvious. Do not choose as letter writers people whom you have no idea like what they would write in your letter. Of course, this you have full autonomy on who writes your letters. So really only choose those who will write a strong letter for you. Don't choose someone whom you have some sort of doubts as to whether they would write you a good letter, because as soon as your letter has any sort of negativity, it's an unlikely accepted. Think carefully selecting who will write your letter. Early, do your homework on the schools that you want to apply to. Get a list of the programs with what exactly they need. Have a, like I said, a list of rich school, target schools, and whatnot, just so that you have like you're diversifying your application pool, I would say. The GRE exhaust free practice material. There's a lot of free material on the website. Replicate exam day conditions when many of materials have like the GRE exams. Put yourself in a scenario in which you are in an exam, try to do this sort of test, see where you are at. It's really important for them setting the mood for how exactly you will do the test. And then it feels, when you actually take the test, it doesn't feel that different because you've already sort of like mimicked this sort of scenario in your practice. Use personal statements to help the admission committee to get to know you beyond CV. You already have your CV, so don't repeat too much what is already on your resume. They can already see it there. Use the personal statement to kind of like clarify, like I said, gaps in your CV. There's personal stories that you might want to share that are actually quite important for getting the admissions committee to accept your application. And these are not the things that you put in your resume, but if you really have a personal story that you think is really important for the committee to understand why exactly you think you're a personal fit, then these are the things that you want to include in your personal statement. So use this personal statement as an addition to your resume for communicating why you think you're a good profile, and of course why you think that the program you're applying to is a good profile for yourself. And like I said, again, provide guidance to your references to prepare effective recommendation letters. I cannot stress this enough, how important your letters of recommendation will be for your application.